vibrations in my right ear.
You don't like it?
Do I have to speak English?
Sí, hablas inglés. Don't be a Debbie Downer! Don't be a Debbie Downer!
You can't fucking say that in 2025, Shen. It's not okay to make fun of people with Downs.
No! That's not what I mean!
How do you just fucking make fun of people with disabilities like that,
No!
Shen? What the shit?
He's putting words in my mouth. Oh wait, this chess! Wait, MP. Your favorite game, chess.
Yeah, but you're gonna get your ass whooped. Like, shut up, you're gonna get your ass whooped. Don't even try.
Don't even try?
Yeah.
So welcome in, miss. Welcome in, mom. No. Welcome in, Annie Wolf. It's a Saturday. I'm sorry. It is Saturday. Oh, it's Friday. Yes.
Damn, my PNG is not even there. I'm there.
Your PNG.
I'm in your head. What the fuck? How the fuck do we
Oh,
do
yeah.
this thing? Share chat again.
Oh, you want me to do it?
I can't. Oh, yep. Can you do it? I can't
Yeah.
even knock to you, dude, bro.
Oh, I think because it's on in favorites only.
Yeah, I'm not in your favorites.
My bad.
God
My
damn,
bad.
I'm so sad.
My bad. Itoshi VT. Okay.
Unbelievable.
Alright, I made my move. Who's getting the ass whooped?
Me. Pick me. I was kidding.
Go though.
Is this share chat working now?
Hold on.
Yeah, this is starting as Vulcan. It's like lagging my balls off. Alright, guys, for those of you who don't know me, I usually stream in Japanese, but in English I'm hella vulgar, so good luck.
Did you get my knock?
I am
Itoshi?
lagging with my model. Yeah, 1 second. I'm lagging really bad right now.
Yeah, I think it's because you started in Vulcan, bro. You have to start in DX12. But
Shen,
Well,
drink. Oh yeah. I'm drinking today. I totally
these
forgot.
fuckers don't know because they play with
Yeah.
mods. Unbelievable.
Shot.
I hate mods.
Drinking soju.
I'll just use my other model. There you go.
Hey, Shen.
Share chat is working.
Yes.
Hello,
Rook.
brothers.
That was funny. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Oh.
Alright.
Okay. Short.
That should start the game soon. Before one of us decide to leave.
Yeah, I wonder who that's gonna be.
So you still remember how to play the game?
I gotta finish this bottle.
Where's my
Great.
ultimate?
Also, I have a bottle of Tito's that I need to finish too.
Where's my ultimate, bro?
So,
God damn it.
What's wrong with this
Shen,
guy?
Are you ready?
yes.
Shen, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm touching. Okay. I'm gonna start.
Okay. Oh my god, you're in a schoolgirl outfit. That's cute.
Am I?
Sailor
Well,
outfit.
that
That's
explains a
cool,
lot.
bro. Bro doesn't understand the difference between schoolgirl and seamen.
Oh. That's funny.
Which map should we do? Peak or Ascent one?
Oh, what's
I'm good
Ascent?
at
Hard in
Ascent.
Ascent one.
I know how to play
Okay.
Ascent. Let me
Same.
kill Killjoy though.
Should I say them? Hero Prince? Nah! Ascent 1 is harder conditions? Oh. Is it? Also, should you didn't answer my question last stream? Your question? What question? What question? Hi, sister! Oh my god, sister! Sister, I'm literally drinking alcohol.
Damn, my drink is almost done already.
Really?
You guys have drinks? What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, I still
Yeah.
have 2
Motherfucker,
cans.
there's ramen coke.
I have 2 more cans. Yeah. It's because
Why
thanks
you
to
just mix
you.
yourself?
Yeah, I know, but I was like, I don't trust myself with mixing.
You put
Do
the
it, do
rum
it.
together with the coke, brother.
Yeah, but I don't know what is the good RAM, you know?
Oh
Like
my
16
God.
gigs,
Just
8
go for like
gigs.
Corsair, bro. Go for
I
like
guess so.
Corsair.
Piss game Monday?
Yeah, I do
Monday. I can do Monday, yeah.
No, HyperX is good.
Go get her
Or
another
if you just get
bottle.
Just Kingston.
I mean,
Alright.
true. Tara na,
Look
tara
at
na,
my
mga pre.
phone!
What
Tara,
the
tara.
fuck?
Sister, what the hell? What the fuck, sister?
MP Shen, tara.
Tada?
Tara.
Tada? Tada?
Tara, tara na.
Are you talking?
Taraseo.
Tada? Taraseo?
Taraseo.
Tara dito, sabi ko.
He says, suck my dick.
Actually, is that what it means?
Stay still, stay still, stay still.
No! Hindi. What? Ano?
Look up, look up, look up.
What?
I can't see if it's working. Hang on.
Look
hold
up what?
Yo,
Nuts?
ads! Turn off ads! Oh my god.
My
Wait,
ad
what?
is down.
I'm so confused.
Ano meron? Are you fingering me?
What? What?
Bro
yes,
is
yes,
just violating me.
Hey yo.
The allegations.
Hey yo, sus. Yes, sus. Where did they go? Oh, they
What's
still over
going on?
here?
I think my game crashed. Hello?
Did he? Did he actually crash? Oh god.
I think my game crashed.
If we're restarting, I'm gonna restart mine too.
His game crashed. Oh my god.
I mean, if
Damn.
we're restarting, I want to restart in DX12 because you have to play it in DX12.
Okay, DX12. How do we do DX12?
I have no fucking idea. Apparently, you gotta make a shortcut and like type -DX12. Cause like, it's
What?
so laggy on like, I can't check any of your streams because it's fucking lagging. Like,
Sally, I don't drink, Lamau. Lamau. Yeah, I take another shot. Soju. Du-du-du-du-du.
I see.
Cheers! Also, this is peach flavor, guys.
Where's my games? Team apps, common, peak. Uh,
How was your day? What you drinking? I'm
talking to?
drinking. I'm drinking soju. I'm talking to you.
me? What the
Yeah.
fuck? Where's the other one?
He's muted.
Shit, I'm muted. I'm answering. God damn it. I was talking. I was like, "How's your day, MP?" And then he's just ignoring me like in real life.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Everything.
Okay, so you gotta make a
See.
shortcut to your peak, and then at the end of it, you have to type -DX12, and then you go to Thunder Store, and then you gotta point your peak folder to that.
I think you have to do that.
I have no idea what's.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
Also, I have a bottle of Tito's that I still need to finish.
That still
It's
launches
like,
as
It's
Single,
like an
bro.
inch left, like literally 2 shots.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
that's still on Vulcan.
we'll see.
The
We'll
last
see.
time I was drinking with like Kobe
No,
and Chaos.
trust. You have to do this. I literally just tested.
Yeah, it's the
No Windows
weekend.
apps. Where's Steam Library?
Oh wait.
What can I do for you?
For me,
You
What?
good, dude?
you can
Yes,
give me your mom.
Okay, it's still not fucking working. It's still lagging like that.
Welcome in
Damn.
life. A rice for life.
So how many shots have you taken?
Where's my shot at? I don't know. 3
You take another shot.
total. Right now? Sure. I'm down.
Invite me, cut. Invite me, cut.
Hold on. Maybe we'll do the pick one, not the sun. I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know. It's different. I don't think it's this. I don't think it's different. It's just the same thing.
Where's my shot at? Damn, bro.
It's right here. Pew pew.
Shoot your shot, bro.
I'm gonna finger bang you. I'm kidding. I'm joking. That was a joke. It's
Finger.
Why? Why is that a joke?
Finger gun.
yeah, finger guns. Welcome in,
I got
Yue.
your
Welcome.
nose.
How are you, Yue? How is your day? We're doing some drinking
You're
and
muted,
playing
Discord
peek.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, are we
We
taking
are
a
in the
shot?
game now.
Toshi? Brother?
I just did.
Oh, you did already!
just
You didn't
did.
tell me! You didn't tell me! Okay.
Bro, these people did not tell me that alcohol was required. Oh my god, it's Yue.
I chat when you can talk to me.
Alright, I'm gonna try to be looking at chat, but it's fucking terrible.
Yes, Yue is in my chat!
Can you pin that? No. No.
Remember to bully! I will bully! I will bully them! How are you guys? I'm doing good! How are you, Yue? How's your day? How have you been? Oh, you've been well? Oh.
Okay.
Who's
Are
who are
we-
you?
Mute your Discord,
Who-
bro.
Oh, fuck, I forgot.
What a noob.
If you manage to find some
Alright.
skeletons, those are real players before that died here.
Yeah, we can teabag them.
Hate me.
That'd be fun. Oh, cannon!
Oh, look! Get in, MP!
I woke up at 8. I'm doing
We
good.
like-
That's
if
good.
we
That's
could have
good. Good morning. Good morning.
Sure. Speed run.
Speed
Yeah,
run.
I want this to be done so I can fucking go back to my Actually, I didn't even have breakfast, man.
Sounds like a
Why do
you
we have to
problem.
play so early, bro?
Who asked for
Don't
this
walk
time?
into
Oh my
that.
Look at this old man.
Oh god.
I hurt
We
my
have to
back.
monitor him.
I hurt my back.
Oh, yeah.
I can't move.
Okay, I have to walk you.
Help.
What?
Thanks.
We have grandpa.
God,
We have uncle here. Uncle.
Alright, this one is a good
Uncle MP.
Is this a good spot? Do we start shooting me up?
Probably not.
Why?
Coconuts.
Save it for later.
Why?
Because.
Oh my god.
Because of you.
Sing!
Baby, take my hand.
I know.
Oh, what the hell, bro?
That was a good timing, bro. Alright, here's have some coconut. That was good, shit. That was good. I wish I can throw.
Oh my gosh.
Stop! Stop
fuck,
walking on
bro?
top of the jellyfishes. They poison
That's
you.
jellyfish.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
That was what?
Huh?
What? What
thought
did
that
you
was
think
what?
it was, huh?
Huh?
You thought it was what?
Jellyfish.
Sus.
How do I?
Press 1 or 2 or 3 or
Oh.
you have to let it go, Shan.
Okay. I got it. I got it.
3. You have to press 3.
3. Tres.
Like this. 3.
3 tree. Okay, follow me. If you're too slow, the
It's
Scout
funny
Master
that-
is gonna chase you.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, actually.
I didn't know that there's a thing.
Yeah, go on, go on! You got this! Oh my god, Grandpa, he's... Hurry
Grandpa's
up!
limping.
You can make it! You can make it!
I don't know how to do this without you know.
What the heck? What the heck?
Step onto the fucking jellyfish, bro.
Blame Toshi! What the hell? He dragged me right to that.
That was funny. I didn't know that's possible.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
this one is safe.
Jesus Christ. Oh, what do you have?
Nothing.
Oh, it's a suitcase.
I think we need to do the vanilla. Maybe you're right.
He crashed! He crashed!
Unbelievable.
My game crashed again.
That's all.
That's so funny! Toshi crashed again. Well, vanilla it is
Maybe.
then. Vanilla.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, that was good fun. Thank you so much for today, guys. I really had fun. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks so much
Alright.
everyone for watching.
Thank you. Thank you for joining. Alright.
That was so funny. I didn't actually knew that you're like just gonna slide down there.
I'm gonna go get snacks. Be right back.
Okay.
Why get snack when I'm right here? Ow! Ow!
Hey
Ow!
yo.
Ow!
Hey yo. Calm your kids down, bro. The shit's about get spicy. That was so sad. But yesterday when my friends hosted it, it was fine. I don't know if it's me or maybe it's me.
Or maybe because I'm here. The
I
connection.
don't think so.
No?
Because I'm the host, so I think it's gonna be mainly me. But anyways, we are playing the vanilla one.
Okay.
Well, I hope I have the vanilla one. You're here? Nice. Oh, let me see. I'm sure the mod is not here anymore.
The vanilla
Is the
one.
mod still here? Yeah. Vanilla.
Vanilla.
Oh, the mods
Oh my
are not
god,
here.
we should take a picture.
Yeah.
All three of us.
Wait, I thought the ping is modded. What the fuck? Invite you?
Oh shit. Oh. Oh, you invite him?
Okay, 1 second. Yeah. Well, we had a good fun there on the first thing. That's sleepable.
Oh my god, look!
Are you still? Are you still lagging?
No.
Alright, I'm gonna mute on Discord.
Okay. Not gonna lie, I'm kinda hungry
Is
right
Shen
now.
getting carried to the peak again?
What? No! I can make it myself! Guys! Guys! Come here. Let's take a...
Come here. Let's
Take a
photo.
picture. Thank you for the 30 bits! Thank you! Yeah. T to emote. T to emote. Wait, is T? Oh, R to emote. I mean.
R.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm like hidden. It's cute, it's cute.
One more.
One more? One more photo?
Yeah.
No. Oh! Get it! Turn around!
Oh, I didn't got the one that he.
Yeah.
Alright. Once bro is good, we start playing.
Okay.
Bro can't talk anymore.
What? Why?
I think it's because he's eating right now.
Oh. Should I take another shot? Is the shot close? Let us hear him eat. Should I love it? ASMR? Oh? Uh-oh.
Where are we?
Oh.
Genki desu ka?
Oh my god. Jesus
Oh shit.
Christ.
Guidebook. I don't want this.
Sure. Water. Oh, there's another luggage here.
Okay, Shen.
Water.
You go ask Bimbong something.
Bimbong?
Okay, she's gone now. Bro, these people ain't even looking at chat. I can't even troll them.
Ask Bimbong. My
says-
girlfriend woke up. She's cheating on me, so I can't speak.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I wish I could stream more, but my
Okay,
super
ask
hot
Bimbong.
wife just loves me. Hey Bimbong, does MP has a super hot girlfriend?
Just told me. What you just told me? Maybe.
Damn.
Yeah. My run.
Bimbong. Can I carry him? Here.
Yeah, you can.
Somebody take this then.
Can you put him on the bag?
Let's be honest, bro. The only thing
give
you
me-
can
Oh
carry
yeah.
is,
I can put him in the bag.
yeah, the only thing you can carry is Bing Bong.
Bimbong.
Alright, carry on.
Come on. Psst, psst. Come here. Psst, psst. Come on. Come here. Psst, psst. Come here. Psst, Come here. Psst, psst.
I'm gonna put my
Oh my
foot
god,
up
welcome man Vento, welcome. How are you? How is it day? Yes, I'm Hinata. This is my Hinata cosplay.
your ass. Wait, Shen has the Naruto thing as well, though. But only in real life.
No.
In real life.
Well, only in virtual life.
Virtual life, yes.
She's a
Sweet,
real.
bro.
On my stream. I still have my Hinata my Hinata cosplay
God
going on.
damn. Oh yeah, but you're the only one who has the Naruto thing.
Why the fuck are you guys so fast? Why am I
Shift!
so slow?
Press
Shift!
shift.
Oh!
Come
Oh.
on!
Damn, look at these two nerds. They're Naruto running. Look at that. The Naruto headbands. Stop! You gotta stop doing that.
Oh my god.
Boost.
Jellyfish.
How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm drinking. We're drinking alcohol while playing Peak. Since I won't play Hinata, sorry. No.
Instructions unclear. Did not specify who it was. Demanding bits. Your turn. It's your turn.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, we don't need that. Stop now. We don't need that.
You asked for it.
We don't need that. We don't need that. Stop now.
What the fuck? Rude.
Bro, like, don't bother muting if you're reading chat, because I want to hear what you're saying to chat. Because I'm reading chat
Yeah,
too.
don't even
And if
hear
you're
it.
Me?
speaking to chat and I can't hear it, I don't know, yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Because like, if I don't know what you're saying to chat, I can't be part of the conversation. You're leaving me out, bro. What the fuck?
Okay. Go there.
Stop poking me.
I'm gonna poke your butt. Go up.
Hold my
I'm
hand.
gonna touch you.
Empy.
I'm gonna touch you. Go on.
Empy, hold my hand.
I'm gonna start moaning on your stream. You're gonna get banned.
Hold my hand.
Fuck.
Oh, thank you.
See? You didn't.
Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my brother.
Best friend,
Oh.
brother.
Alright, where are we going?
We're going up, of course.
Hey, you wanna
Going
root?
up?
Come on.
Yo, you wanna root?
Root?
Yeah, you wanna root?
Root?
That's a
Yes, You
poison.
want to root?
Yeah, don't eat that. If it's not, is that a carrot?
I wanna fall.
Shit, I hit my elbow at work. Now it feels weird. Bending my hand and straining and it hurts. Well, womp womp. Come on. I'll grab your hand. Grab my hand.
Womp.
Grab my hand. Come on.
Not
Take
a
my
big
hand. Take my hand.
holiday.
Take my hand. Take my hand. Take my hand. Take my
How
hand.
is it hard to
Take
take
my
her
hand.
hand, bro?
Take my hand. Come on. Take my hand. Take my hand. Come on. Take my
Look
hand.
at these two numpties.
Come on. Take my hand. Take it. Come
I wish
on.
I have a coconut here.
Take my hand. Come on. Fine. How rude.
How do I go down? I can go down. Oh my god, I'm scared. How do I get up here?
Pull him into poison? I wish. Where is he?
He's there. Poke him. Poke his ass.
Oh, we gotta go. Oh, should we go here? Like the bridge?
Guess we're going on the bridge.
Follow me,
Oh my
boys.
god, I can see your butt.
Hey, yo! I'm reporting to HR.
It's not
No.
my fault. It's not my fault. You go first.
I'm not gonna make it.
Skill issue.
I'm not gonna make it.
Come here. You can do
Okay.
this.
Oh my god, your ass is in my face.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there you go. Epic.
Where is he? Come on up. Are you gonna take
Come
my
on,
hand this
Epi.
time? Ow, shit!
Why did you fall off?
Buddy. Buddy. I lost literally half
okay?
my health.
Where's Andy?
Oh, I don't know. Is he dead?
MP,
He's
are
right
you
here!
alive?
He's right here!
Oh shit, she found me!
Is
She
that
found me!
here?
Oh shit! Oh shit, she found me!
I think we're not going here, so I'm just gonna climb down.
I can't make it! I can't make it!
No,
Climb
climb down,
down?
climb down, climb
Okay. How am I gonna reach over there?
Yo, backpack boy, fucking stay still so I can put shit in.
Bing bong.
Bing bong!
Don't throw Bing bong. Bing bong is behind you. Shen.
What?
I'll grab Bing
No!
bong.
Bing bong!
Wah!
I got him. So thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. We gotta go. The fog is coming.
Alright.
Yeah, Silent Hill is coming, bro. There's no way here, is it?
No. Oh.
Ow!
Yeah, you wanna grab my hand?
I've had enough. I hate this. Yeah, I wanna go home. There's no food. There's no water. There's no internet.
I got
there's
water.
No
I got
color.
water.
I don't
Don't-
want your filthy water.
Why? Wait, hold it
Die
again.
with
Hold
thirst
it
dead.
again. Wait.
I hate this. I wish I was at home watching Twitch.
Watching Twitch.
I knew I shouldn't have come on this trip with the two of you, but you guys were like, it's gonna be a fun trip.
It is a fun trip.
Now we're stranded on a lonely island. Wait, lonely island?
Oh,
Well,
abandoned
Ay.
island. Itoshi, buddy. How are you
think we're
getting
going
up there?
I don't know. I think I'm just built different.
He's cheating. He's cheating,
Oh,
guys.
you're pushing me down. What the fuck? Oh, no.
You push her down.
Push her.
But I hardly even know her.
Can we
Okay.
go here? Yeah, we can go
Is-
here.
Is there a platform here? No.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I can help you guys there.
Welcome in, Adrian. How are you?
Come here, Shen.
Take my hand. Take my hand. Take my hand. Take my hand.
Come on, Chef. Come on, Chef. Ah!
Somebody take my hand. You gotta come closer than. You gotta come closer than that.
Well, that's unfortunate, but I guess we have to leave her now.
No, don't abandon me.
Can you go through?
Okay, I try
Go
again.
through here.
Grab my hand! Somebody grab my hand! Somebody grab my hand. Okay,
There you go. Well
Are you
done.
still injured?
yeah. Let me...
Does this do anything?
Oh my god, thank you! Oh my god, Chad, you saw that? He fed me.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Buddy, he's doing that on purpose, Chad!
Oh, wait, wait, shit,
I
can't-
swear he's
I can't
doing that
move
on
off here. I'm
purpose!
stuck. Oh my god, I'm stuck here. Hang on. I'm actually, every time I stand up, I'm standing up on top of it. I'm like, where is it? Oh my god.
Come on.
Pepego.
Oh, there it is.
Wait, when you played this yesterday, did you finish it or no? Did you?
No.
No?
No. Because of the three of us kept dying. No.
Oh.
yeah. Okay. Kawabonga! I'm alive.
Okay, your turn. Go. I'm gonna go over here, actually.
Come on.
I'm going the safe way. I'm going.
Take my hand.
I'm going.
Take my hand.
No, actually.
Hi.
Is MP gonna make it?
MP? MP, dito! Dito tayo, MP. Lakad matatag, MP!
Lakad matatag! Normalin.
You gonna teach me some
Do you play
Tagalog?
Dota?
Me? No, I don't.
Yeah. God damn.
No. I play League.
I don't know.
I'm a League
Oh,
gamer.
that's even worse.
Ew, what do you mean? Ew!
You get me out.
You
I
play
can't
Valorant!
believe I'm a filthy league player. Unbelievable. I cannot do this. Oh my god, I didn't hear about this.
He's league shaming! Oh my god, he's leagueist!
Damn right. How are you doing that?
Where are you guys?
We're below you?
We're under you.
Damn.
I don't think I'm gonna make it. No.
Okay.
How did you
I'm not
even get
joining
over
you guys.
there?
Whee!
Oh. Oh shit, are we jumping? Oh.
I don't know. I don't think there's a platform there.
Ah, here. Okay.
Goodbye everyone. Oh, I'm alive. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm alive.
How do you get there? Oh, fell. Oh. Ouch.
Ah, here.
Ouch.
I can drag you here.
Ouch.
Shen.
I've literally it's not wait, let me can I get fuck oh shit. Hold on, let me
Does anyone
grab this
need water?
luggage.
Oh wait, I have a rope. Why am I grabbing you guys?
Wait, did that even help me at all?
Where are you, Shan? MP.
Not doing so good, if I'm being honest.
Can you see this rope?
No, I do not.
Oh, I can't even use it. Ow!
No, I can't. Itoshi, I can't make it. I literally cannot make it.
Where are you?
I'm
I see MP.
hold
Where
on.
the hell are you, bro?
I'm like
Are you inside of the cave?
no. You see where I'm pointing? By the tree? Oh, do you see it? No.
Oh, there you are. There you are. I see you.
Oh yeah. I'm going all around.
Ah!
I have like literally a quarter of stamina.
I got water.
I just drank it.
Give it to me. Thank you.
Alright. We can make this, guys. Why? Why do I have more stamina than you guys?
Because you pushed me down. Remember that? You.
That was last game.
Was it? I swear to God it was this game. I swear it was this game.
No,
Oh
that's
my.
the last game.
Ah!
I fell.
Okay. We need a plan.
Oh, there's
Okay,
a
MP, make
luggage
a plan for
right
us.
there. Yeah.
I'm gonna end it all here right now, bro. That's
Oh,
all
good
I-
idea. Good idea. Can you make it to right there?
We're gonna slowly die of starvation.
Doshi?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, come here often.
Alright.
You gotta grab his hand. Okay.
Come on. Come on.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
NT. Welcome in, Cream.
Hello, Cream. Ah!
Oh my god, it's
Oh well. I'm gonna
Why
die.
did you
I'm gonna die soon.
fall?
I thought this will be a multi-lang. Clearly, our English is not even working right now, bro. How are you, Cream? All right.
Oh,
Come here.
Phil.
I'm gonna. One more damage and I'm dead.
You should end it all right here. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
in real life.
Come on.
In the game. You have to say in game, okay?
We're waiting for you guys at the
Endgame.
top.
In real life. In real life.
Come on, you two. Come on.
I can't make it! I literally cannot make it. I have like literally like
Okay.
1/5. 1/5.
Let's find a different way. Maybe. Why am I dizzy? I'm dead.
Oh. Oh, you
I'm
actually?
alive again.
Oh.
Oh! You made. Did you throw something?
Wait, is he actually dead? Wait, is he dead? Is he- I'll be back, I'll be back.
Daddy carrying me, daddy. Oh god damn it!
Oh, he's back. What the fuck?
I'm back from the dead, bitches.
Welcome back! Welcome back!
Oh, I actually got more HP thanks to that.
Oh, really? Nice. See? It was all part of the plan.
Oh, I'm sure that's not your plan.
Plan.
You wanna go first? Go first.
It's all part of the plan.
The plan. The plan.
Right, I'm dead.
The plan.
Goodbye. I am died. Thank you forever.
Oh,
What's up,
should I
guys?
go? At least help us, sir. I'm dead. Holy shit. Oh shit! Ow! Guys, I found a rope.
Wait, let me find if I can find a tree that I can. How do I?
Oh my god, chat, he's trying to kiss me. Holy damn.
How do I use the?
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, I lost my rope.
Whatever the
God
Lulu
damn it.
keeps you saying, bro.
Ah!
Toshi, this is not gonna
Where are you
work.
going?
This is literally not gonna work. I have like no more
Can we find
stamina.
something else?
I have literally no stamina.
Wanna restart? Sure,
You want to?
I mean, we can. Oh, let's find some coconuts. Grab the coconut. I'll grab the coconut.
Coconut doesn't heal injury, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, are you injured?
Yeah, I'm injured. Yeah.
Well, let's find a med kit then. Oh, there's a.
Oh, there's a luggage. There's a luggage right there. Can you reach that?
Energy drink. A python. Python.
Piton?
Python.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Guys, I'm dying!
How me get back up?
Oh my god. Wait, did I come back to
Let's
life?
ask Bimbong. Should we restart?
Oh,
I'm gonna go
Ask
for it,
Bimbong
but
if we
never
should
come back.
restart.
Goodbye.
as Ping Pong. Hey Ping Pong,
Yeah.
should we restart? No. I'm dead!
You heard the man!
Wait, where am I? Holy shit!
You're in the water! Oh shit!
Oh shit, how do I get out?
Hold my hand! Oh shit, you're dead.
wait,
I'm gonna carry you. No, you did not die.
Wait.
Who's this? Who's dead? Is that MP?
And that's MP! MP's
Oh my god,
dead.
MP's just loot. We got this, Shen. I'll carry you at the top.
Hey, can you still
Thank you
hear
for
me?
the hydrate. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
can
can
still
hear you.
He fucking dropped me. He dropped me.
Oh,
Thank you for the
where are you?
hydrate. It's shot o'clock. Shot o'clock.
Dad?
I'm in the water.
Dad?
He be carried. But he drinking, bro. Oh my god.
Shen!
Me, I'm dead. Can you not hear me?
Can you look for her?
He's dead, bro.
Is she dead?
Like,
Chad?
you find it, you have favor.
Damn.
Well,
Cheers.
well.
Jump!
I'm gonna with my buddies.
Nice.
It's not even enough to die, bro. Look at him.
Oh look,
Dude,
it's
your
Shen!
stamina. Yeah, I'm right
You could do
I'll
it.
stay with
Yeah.
Shen.
there. Damn.
Oh,
Oh, look at him. Slowly dying. Python.
Here, have some monster, Shen. I know you like this.
Give me it. Give it to me.
Damn.
Damn.
I'd rather die when I get shot instead of dying slowly, you know?
Oh, you should fall in deeper. Go on. Can you?
No, I'll be with you, buddy. I won't leave you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. R.I.P.
It's like the squid.
Itoshi. Oh god. Look at that. 24 minutes? Wow. Wow.
well,
Close
That
him,
went
close him,
well.
close him.
Oh wow.
not even close, bro.
We almost made it. We almost made it. It's okay.
Almost. So close, guys. So close.
I mean, to be fair, that was Ascent 1. That was like the hardest difficulty, I think.
Is it? Why are we doing the hardest
I don't know.
difficulty?
I don't know, because there's a reward. The fall damage is greater.
Ah.
I see.
Huh, I'm gonna go
Tenderfoot,
take
climbing
a
takes less
bathroom break.
stamina.
I'll be back. BRB, I'm gonna go
Ah, okay.
water the can. BRB.
We do the Tenderfoot then. Climbing
Fuck.
takes less stamina, hunger grows more slowly. No time limit. Maybe we do that. Alright, you and me. Not even thinking, bro.
Yeah, cause you're shy, sir.
Sasha. Why did I do that? God damn, that's bad. Oh well, I fucked up. Supposed to put my horse there. Oh shit! No, I
What are you
picked it
doing,
up.
bro? Bro doesn't even know how to
Okay,
move the
I-
pieces.
I messed up. Okay. There you go. It's your
Bro
turn.
doesn't even know how to move the pieces. Bro.
Press the wrong button. How do you even see here? Did you move?
Yeah, move is your move.
I see.
What the fuck?
Is that check? Oh, that's my queen.
No.
put my thingy. Properly.
Okay, I'm back, boys. You guys playing chess?
Well, that. Yeah.
Hang on. Here.
You got this. You got this. Bishop. Okay. Okay, nice. Should do D7, D7.
Fuck. Who are you?
I'm
What do I have in my hand?
That's your queen.
Queen.
That's a queen or?
Yeah.
Shit.
Don't think too hard, buddy. Don't think too hard.
It's just not going on the square.
Don't think too hard, buddy. Come on.
It's your turn, bro. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Oh,
Don't
is
see.
it?
Yeah, yeah.
I did not
He's
say
not thinking
that.
enough.
Oh, your rook is gone. Oh, not your rook. Your pawn is gone.
What the fuck is happening here, bro?
The fuck?
Okay, I have everything backwards. Hang on. I see.
I don't know.
Are these all taken? All these?
You go there. You were here. And then you.
I took down one of your
Oh,
pawn.
you guys took both the queens.
Was here, and then I'm pretty sure I.
No, there. I still have my queen.
Oh, you still have your queen there. Who's this?
I got the board right now.
Oh,
So your king should be.
I feel like I can check. I feel like you can check Itoshi. He can definitely check Itoshi. I don't think I've ever seen Itoshi play chess before.
What the
Me?
fuck?
Yeah.
Is that checkmate? No, not yet.
No.
Well, I can trap you. Haha. That's not a good idea. Oh boy.
You have 2 minutes.
Split him up with more work. Are we actually gonna finish this, or do you want to start the game now?
Oh, he's running away! Look at him, he's running away, bro! What the fuck? He's running away, bro!
I am not running away.
He's run. Oh my god, do we want to start the game? He says. Do we want to start the
Okay,
game?
fine. We finished this.
It's your
We
move,
finished
though.
this.
It's your move.
Me? What did you move?
I
Didn't even
don't
saw you
remember.
move. What the
I don't
fuck?
remember. I moved.
It was your pawn, right? I thought it was your
No,
pawn.
you checked me and then I moved. And then
Oh.
what happened after I moved?
You moved your king.
Oh. Oh. Oh no, I moved this, the king and the rook.
Oh, you castled that.
Yeah.
You call it a castle?
Shit!
Yeah.
Shit, bro
Oh,
got
castle.
double. Yeah. Well, that's tough. I got double kill. Oh.
NT, NT.
We win it, we win it. Oh,
Yo,
not
put
that
my
one.
knife back.
Yoink. That's a bishop right there.
Here we have it, boys. It's a 1v1.
Did you move?
What the fuck? I move my rook.
Okay. Well, there you go then.
Why do you have your
Oof.
queen again?
Oof.
Oi! Oi!
He cheated! He cheated! He cheated!
You fucking cheater!
It was the whole time. It was the whole time.
I
Was that the whole
ate your
time, bro?
queen!
He cheated!
What the fuck?
I ate your
I
queen, bro.
took your rook, bro. It's your move. I don't know what the fuck
I'm gonna take your king, bro. I'm gonna take your Fucking Papega. Alright. Let's start.
They're cheating. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Alright. This is the easiest difficulty. Surely we will win.
Surely, surely. Okay.
This is
I gotta
tenderfoot.
go for my meeting now. Goodbye.
Then the
Oh,
foot.
fuck off. Bros before them.
Actually, host, bro. Actual host. It's in their name.
True. True.
Oh, there's another
Alright,
luggage right
grab
here.
the bandages.
Is this balloon?
I'll grab Bing Bong.
You can sit on it.
There's something else I'm gonna sit on.
Yo, these nuts.
Is something gonna take over my project? Yeah, I would ask him, but is something gonna take over my project? Fuck off.
That's funny. That's actually so funny.
Bing
Bing
Bong
Bong
talks now?
talks,
Yeah, it's update. It's an updated one. Is it a mod now? We're playing vanilla.
Yeah, I'm a vanilla boy.
Bing bong
Is
is.
Senpi a vanilla boy?
Yes.
Ah, yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said.
Damn, I miss
And-
my wife too.
What?
You wanna ask something?
Me?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Bing bong. Am I gonna marry a rich, tall, handsome Dorito man?
I miss my wife. I'm not sure.
Okay, is a Toshi gay?
Definitely not.
Bleh. Bleh. See, I'm not gay.
No, he's yeah, definitely not.
Liar!
I am not gay.
Cream!
Definitely not. Who is it? Where is it?
Switch him.
Ask it again.
Oh,
Me?
you
I
guys
don't have it.
He's here.
Bing Bong.
Oh, he's on the
Ask
ground!
again.
Bing bong!
Ask again, bro.
I
Be
got
like,
it.
Ask it, bro. Yeah, fine.
Ask
Alright,
some.
is a Toshi gay?
I guess so.
Fuck off. Alright,
Bro, I fuck
we.
shit. Fuck shit.
Click one! Click one! One?
What do you mean click one? I have all of my slots filled.
Oh, actually? Oh, give it to me.
Sluts.
Bro thinks I don't know how to fucking play the game.
All right.
One.
I haven't seen you play anything else
We're gonna
besides Marvel Rivals.
Speed run.
I know how to play Valorant. I know how to play chess.
Speed run?
Does MP know how to play Marvel Rivals? Damn.
Bro, I got the gold in
Yeah.
8 days, bro.
Is MP gay?
You wanna find
You
out?
wanna guess again?
Exactly.
What?
Damn right.
Why is it so defensive?
Damn right.
God damn.
Ad break in 1 minute. Ads? Oh my god, ads? Not my streamer.
Ads! Oh my god!
Unbelievable. Is MP short?
Okay, I will ask.
Is MP short is crazy.
Is MP short? No.
No?
Not
Yeah, come
179
here.
centimeters.
What about me? What about me?
Is Shen short?
Yeah, please don't!
Tell me the truth. Bing bong.
Okay. Follow me, boys. Follow me. Are we not going over here?
You follow her, I guess.
Oh no,
I
actually.
guess we're following you.
Wait, no. Let's follow you. Let's follow you.
No confidence, bro. No confidence.
Booyah. Booyah.
Where's everyone? Bing bong, where's everyone? Are they dead?
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I think we are in the right path now, guys.
All right.
Look at that.
180-second ad break. Oh my god, it's not my
God
streamer.
damn!
Sell out. That's 3
Okay.
minutes. 3 minutes.
It only happens every hour, bro.
That's
3
a
minutes every hour.
lot. Even I do 30
Yeah, that happens
seconds.
every hour.
5% of your stream is ads.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
He's
Yeah.
a sellout. He's a sellout, Chad. Riot right now. Riot right now in chat.
Is that
Come over to
luggage?
my stream.
Oh no,
Come
wait,
over to my
that'll
stream
be nice.
instead. I ain't even streaming.
What the fuck?
Come watch my stream.
Hit me up,
I have
bro.
30-second streams. I mean 30-second ads. I mean
30-second stream. Sounds about right.
30-second ads.
All right. I'm gonna beat all of you here. Dead ass, my stream has no ads. Dead ass, my stream has no ads, bro.
You can't even do that.
Yeah, but like, it's only the
You need me.
mandatory
You
one.
need minimum 30 seconds.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you do.
You don't. All right,
Am I
fine.
going
For
the right
all of
way?
you, so that you don't have to watch ads, I'm gonna fucking demonetize myself.
Oh, actually,
Say
No
the
ads.
no
word.
redeems. No redeems.
No redeem.
Oh. How are you gonna demonetize yourself? Don't you gotta
I'll
be
just fucking curse on
affiliated?
stream
Oh. Where do we go? Here?
Where are you going?
Here I
Why am I
think?
following you? I should not be following Shen.
Oh.
Not even live MP, yeah, it's true. I never stream, bro. Stream doesn't happen. MP does not stream.
I think we're going here,
Never got
guys.
Oh my god, he grabbed my hand, Chad. I have no idea where Itoshi's at.
Are they dead?
No?
Are they alive? Where's
Okay.
everyone?
What do you mean?
Hello?
We're right here.
Am I left behind? Can you see my hand? My finger.
Yeah, I see your finger. Do you see my finger?
Yep.
Why are you
Definitely
talking
can
to
see
me?
your finger.
He's the one that's asking you.
I'm talking to him.
Okay, come up here.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's not supposed to happen. Alright, let me climb up. Alright, come here. Come here.
Got it.
Oh,
it.
you don't need my help.
Yep. I don't need your help.
Where's MP?
He was like right next to me.
Should we leave MP?
I don't know.
Okay. Bing Bong said no.
No.
MP!
Bing Bong's hella afraid of you. Ask Bing Bong if he's
What
afraid.
the? Come up. Come up here, bro.
Where is he?
You were with him?
Yeah, he was right next to me. Was he not following me?
MP! I think he's dead.
Epi-chan!
Hi!
Nani
Oh, he's alive.
Documento! Yorimo anata!
Get your ass up here! Ah!
Oh shit!
30-second ad break? What the f-
Ah! My...
Why
Why
is
are
it so
you there?
fully?
You're so far. You're so far away. I'm gonna help this dude. This dude is helpless. Over here, buddy. Bro, just get sliding down.
I thought
Do you
they
need
always go
food?
down the mountain, no?
Do you need energy?
No. Now what?
You kiss.
Let me see if I can go here.
My back
you have
hurts.
enough stamina?
Chat. My back hurts.
I'm old and weak.
Come on. Come on. A little bit more. Do you need water? Do I give you water?
Chat. Guys, if you don't see what they're doing, you just listen. It sounds like they're having like very
Come. Come on, MP. Harder.
it sounds like they're
Harder,
having
MP.
very like
Hold my hand, MP.
very
This
sexual
is- I'm so
intercourse.
My hands are slippery. Well, remove that balloon. Why do you have the balloon?
Balloon?
Balloon? Come here, bro. I'm gonna pick you up.
Just say rough sex. Yeah. Not really rough though. Very like
Alright. Here.
calm sex.
Oh shit! You motherfucker! I'm the one who fell down. Oh. Alright. We go here. Come on.
Is you guys okay?
Come on, hold my hand. Yeah, he's a... Our uncle is okay. Okay, you're alive. We just do
Where are they?
Might just
Alright, empty. There you go. Harder, empty, harder. There you go.
Harder and be harder. Oh, I
Alright,
see
I'm
them.
gonna-
I
you
see
gonna-
them.
You go on top, I go bottom, huh? Hi.
You want me on top?
She
Yeah.
keep climbing until you
Let's
find the Scoutmaster. Oh
I'm
no!
not experienced to go ahead.
It's a
I have
teamwork
experience with
game.
head, huh? What?
What? You guys sound so
Ow.
sus. What?
What do you mean?
Oh, your balloon's gone. Are you like purposely trying to
It was
push
his
me?
balloon.
Are you?
No? No? I would never do that to you.
Yeah, right.
I would never. Never. Ow.
Go on,
Damn.
go on,
Damn, MP.
go on, go on.
Not so hard. Not too hard, man.
You guys hear this, right? Oh my god.
Dead.
Alright.
Are you actually? No, you're not dead. Oh no, it's
Sorry.
sleep. Oh, he's actually dead.
Is he actually?
No, he's not dead.
Oh.
No, he's slippery down. Okay.
Come on, wait, this side, where I'm at.
Over here, over here.
Ah, empty.
This side's better! There's a platform!
I think he just died. I think he died.
Did he
Empty, are
actually?
you dead? No, he fell down. He fell down.
No, don't die, don't die!
God damn it.
How far? How far did he fall? Oh, not even that far!
About the same as from gold to iron, just about, yeah.
Come on! Come on! You got this!
You don't
Come
touch
on,
me.
we're
Chris.
almost at the top.
Rude. I'm gonna touch your butt.
We're almost at the
Go.
top.
Shit, she fondling me, chat.
Wait, hold on. MP, do you jump before you grab? Like with the...
No,
No?
no.
It loses more of your stamina.
Oh my god.
Take my hand! Take my hand!
Come on, shit.
Take my hand!
Come on, shit. Alright. Wait for your stamina to think. Okay, you can let go. Come on. You can do this.
Oh my god, oh my god.
There you go.
Alright. Are we almost at the peak? Oh, not the peak, the top
Yeah,
of this.
we see it. I see the thing.
You see it? Oh, I see it! I see it too! The smoke!
I'm not long down.
I need to eat. I'm gonna touch you! Come here!
Gross.
Okay,
Light the
Grab-
campfire.
grab your marshmallow! Morale boost.
Cook it twice.
No, that's
So it's well
burnt.
done.
No? Oh. I
No,
like
it's well
mine
done.
medium
And
rare.
it gives you more thingy stamina.
Does it? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just learned it. I just learned it yesterday, so I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
See, I came prepared, bro.
Alright, are you guys ready for the jungle?
No.
No?
Oh wait, this reminds me of my dream. Someone got lost here.
Oh, I see how it is.
The only thing is, it's in real life.
No, virtual life. Virtual life.
Bingbong, are we gonna survive?
Yeah.
Okay, Bingbong believes in
That's
us.
not a good thing.
Oh, don't die.
Where's the vines?
There's a platform right here.
I'm gonna grab the vine.
Where I'm at.
Every time someone says divine, I want to play Dota. You say divine enough times, I'm gonna leave and go play Dota.
Divine.
I'm
Oh.
grabbing the vine. Whee!
I'm about to start start booting it
Ow.
up any second now. You're gonna find out. I ain't even kidding, bro. I'm gonna
Oh,
start booting up Dota, and you're gonna know what the fuck I'm doing.
Oh shit,
Bro
it's raining.
just don't want to play
Oh my
us. Rude.
Y'all just keep using my trigger words, man. It's not my fault.
Oh my god, I'm wet.
What?
I'm wet.
What?
Because of the
Two
rain.
of us, buddy. That makes the two of us, buddy.
I actually need to pee.
Chili
BRB.
pepper. B.O.B.
You think we have time for a quick game of Marvel while you do that?
You gotta stop thinking about Marvel, buddy. How are we gonna get up? Here? Follow me, follow me, follow me. I is the pro. You looting? What are you looting? Oh, there's a luggage.
Do you still have the drink, Shen?
Yes.
Taking another can.
You taking another can?
Oh my god, it's still in my pants.
Bro, this guy, I can't with this guy,
What?
bro. This guy, bro.
Wait, is this what you mean when you say sussy stuff?
What do you mean? I was so wet because of the alcohol. Alright, I'm good.
Cheers.
Alright, where are we going? Shit. That looks tough.
There's only one way to go. And it's up.
What happens if I feed you this?
Don't. Don't.
You wanna know?
No.
Oh my god, it's Nico.
Welcome in, Nico. Nico.
Nico, wanna see something funny?
Yeah, I'm right here. Welcome in, Nico. How are you? How is the day? Hmm? Oh, it's a banana.
You okay?
Yeah. Come on, walk towards me.
Okay.
Well, walk towards me.
Is it actually?
Oh shit! Ah! Wait, why did I slip? What the heck?
I flip as well.
You missed.
This game
Miss
is
lore.
toxic.
Look at Cream doing the mod thingy. What a good mod.
I know, right? Better than my mods. Shaking my head. Shaking my head.
KSO. Alright, Chen.
Come here.
I'm coming.
Damn. I was planning
Wait,
to
what is that?
put you on the thing.
The bottle. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Ow! I thought I could pick it up.
oh, it's an antidote
What do you mean?
for
Antidote.
poison. Yeah,
Antidote.
antidote.
Antidote, bro. Antidote.
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 Kawabonga!
Antidote.
Ah!
I shouldn't have done that.
I'm
Holy
alive.
shit.
Anti-don't.
Come on. Come on, buddy.
Can you make
Empty.
it?
Jump
Oh,
here.
what a coward!
Pussy. Come on.
Where is he? Where is he?
See. This is not gonna end well for me on Monday. I swear.
Why not? You'll be perfectly
Because I
fine.
keep
Trust.
bullying him right now.
Oh. It's okay. It's okay. Blame it on me. I started it.
Where is he?
He's
just
right here.
staring
He's right
at us.
here. He's right here.
Yeah, you're all making fun of me, but I'm the big brain game player. There's a suitcase there. I grabbed it.
Oh, nice. Good job. Well
Lol.
done. Carry on.
Well
Oh my
done.
god,
Excellent.
I'm falling.
Excellent. Follow me. Follow me.
Pa-pa-dum.
Oh, another
look.
luggage.
A luggage.
Nice.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
granola bar.
anybody needs to eat? It gives you extra
I'm good. I'm good.
stamina, right? Take it, MP.
I think
Take
so.
it. Eat this one too. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Over here, this way.
I don't trust you.
No, trust! Trust! I'm a pro!
Like,
Look! I'm going up, right? Trust!
I don't know, bro.
Look at
This
this!
is not slippery.
I think it's gonna be slippery if it's like raining.
Yeah. It gets slippery when it's raining.
Alright, Shen, take a shot.
Take a shot! We just took a shot, didn't we? Oh my god, hydrate! Hydrate!
take another one.
Hydrate, redeem! Another shot?
Take another one. Yeah.
Another. What is this? Another shot of
You know, I don't drink rum.
vodka.
I only drink rum because of MP. He was
Yeah.
the one who introduced me the rum and coke.
He's talking about how sweet rum and coke is. I know.
Yeah.
So good.
Cheers.
Drank soju. Never rum and coke. And then I was like, I tasted it. I was like, oh, it's not that bad. And now I'm drinking it.
And Shen, where are you? Oh, there you are.
I am here. Are we going the right way?
Where are we going? I don't think so. Oh, you're poison.
Huh?
Did you eat the thing, the poison thingy? I see. Understandable. Go, go, go.
Slurping?
well, that's just awkward.
The quiet treatment.
You guys are making it awkward.
No, we're waiting for you. Two of us already made our blowjob sounds. We're waiting for yours.
Oh, slurp, 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 slurp.
Slurp, slurp.
Understandable. Understandable. Sorry, I forgot.
I forgot that you are.
How that I'm what? Huh?
Say so. I forgot you were say so.
Say so? That say so?
I forgot you were say so. My
Don't.
bad, bro. Don't what?
Don't.
Don't.
Don't
Basta
what?
don't.
Where's the rest of the
Don't.
sentence?
Just don't, bro. Just don't.
Where's the rest of the sentence, bro?
Thank you, thank you.
Ow!
Thank oh shit, what the hell? You're gonna make me fall with
I
you.
fell down. I fell down. And I'm hurt.
Okay. We go this way.
Oh, hurt.
This way.
Oh my god.
That's funny, that's funny.
I'm a Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Oh,
Spider-Man.
and Pete's worst enemy. Let's go, let's go. Oh shit.
Spider-Man's actually fine, honestly.
He's super easy to kill. Super easy.
Spider-Man is actually fine.
happened?
What happened? Did I decede? Did you guys decede? Cause I decede.
I'm here. We're still here.
Oh,
Bro, your stream's dead too.
Is it? No!
Yeah.
That's womp.
I fell
I
down.
can't
the
even
shop.
revive you.
Annoys me.
Am I dead?
Even if I want to well, you left.
Oh.
We have to do it again.
No!
Are you back streaming?
Well, my stream is still going on.
Not according to
Reload
my
here.
computer.
Oh, is it not?
Oh, now you're back. You're back.
Okay, we... Do I leave game? I guess I leave game.
Oh. Oh. I have to repeat this
What?
hell again. Ah.
Okay. It's not our fault.
I mean,
It's okay. We could play a
one guy's
different
game
game.
kept crashing, and the other
Devour?
one's game also kept crashing. What do you want me to? Who do you want me to blame it on, bro?
The developers.
NT.
It's okay. It's okay, MP.
Alright, next one's last one
Yeah.
for me. Fucking had enough.
Oh.
No, we gotta finish this though.
I ain't finishing shit.
Rude.
I realized I thought I could go without food, but like I realized I'm hungry. I realized
Oh.
my stamina is running low because I'm hungry.
Can you invite me again? Pretty please.
Okay. It's only
Anyway, so
because
my queen
you
took your
said
bishop.
please. What?
So anyway, my queen took your bishop, and then what happened?
I don't know. I took your king.
It's so
Easy.
fucking funny.
No, you won't let me join.
Oh.
What is going on?
Oh, she got banned because her internet's shit.
Marvel Rivals. Just kidding.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm down. Quick, before she changes her mind. Before she changes her mind. Quick. Davai.
No!
Yo, this
Kidding,
bro.
I'm kidding.
Hang on. Hear me out though. This bro has it installed, but he's never played.
I
Really?
uninstalled it.
Nah. He installed
I
it. He never
uninstalled it.
played.
Yeah, but I uninstalled it because it took a lot of storage.
It does
It's
take a
90
lot
gigs.
of storage.
It's
Exactly.
90 gigs.
Exactly.
That's nothing. Dota is like 300 gigs, bro.
The fuck? What do
Why?
you think of my storage grows on trees?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Unbelievable. Well, it's just the two of us, I guess, then, Shen.
Ah, fuck off.
Leave mountain climber alone. Jungle
God
man.
damn it.
Monkey boy.
Mountain climber.
Rude. Try again, Shen.
Try again. Send me invite. Send me invite, sir. Unk.
Or maybe you should host.
Me?
I mean, she's the one that crashed. I don't know if...
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, you know.
No, it's not working! It's not working. It says fail to find room. Photon room. Game does not exist. Do I have to restart my game?
Probably.
How dare. This is the struggle of playing with international friends.
I don't... don't blame it on us. That has nothing to do with it. Your stream crashes on a regular without us doing anything.
That is true.
Bro, I will
Womp
share my
womp.
screen and I will pull up your VOD history and then there'll be like fucking 20-minute streams, bro. Don't even try me. Don't even test.
Okay,
Brother
Call
just
that-
says
call that so
international
bad.
streamer. Hello?
Alright. Shot o'clock.
Am I the only sober one?
Yeah,
Probably.
probably.
At this point, I'm just drinking cola.
Okay, that's barely any alcohol, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't even
4%.
taste the alcohol.
4%. You know what's crazy?
4%,
More
yeah.
ads than alcohol on this stream. That's 5%, alcohol 4%.
Fuck off.
It's crazy. And here I am drinking like, what the heck is this? 60%?
What
God
the
damn.
fuck?
Alcoholic.
Are you
Oh.
mixing it?
No. Oh, 80 proof. How much is that?
If you drink 80% alcohol, you're gonna die. Just so you know.
Good.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
80%?
I don't even think it's legal to have 80% alcohol.
Oh, it's 40%.
Yeah, that makes
40%.
So, soju, yeah?
Oh,
So
I'm
if I
drinking.
drink 2 sojus at the same
sense. He's
time.
not drinking soju. Soju is not 80%. I mean, like,
drinking-
soju is not 40%.
Vodka.
Soju is
Tito's.
like
So if
12-14% at max.
Yeah.
vodka. So if you drink 2 vodkas at the same time, you will die.
No, because you fucking-
No, that's
You
not. That's not how it works.
See, this is what I have to do at work.
Right, Bimbong?
Send me invite.
See,
Send me
even-
invite.
Invite. Hold on. Find a kiosk.
Thank you. Please work.
Can you start installing Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, you should play Marvel Rivals with us.
She's here. Don't worry.
Oh wait, we
Sheesh,
have
I'm
Valorant.
late. Welcome in BT2343. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome in.
We're-
How was your
we're-
day?
Yeah, how was
How
your
are
day?
you?
How are you?
Welcome to the
It's been a
stream.
while.
Hi. Oh my god. It's 3243.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Tired? You tired? Oh my god. This
Oh my
stream
God.
will boost your energy, your synergy. Trust. Right now, I'm like drinking alcohol. I have a hand cam too. Drinking alcohol and playing Peak. Yes.
Confucius
Yes.
Day.
Oh shit.
Man
Am I
who-
still on Discord? Fuck. I am now muted. Okay. Sound pretty peak, not gonna lie. Yes, it's so peak. So peak. Come take a peek of this peak collab. Ahaha. Ahaha. Aha.
Watch me whip. Watch me nene.
I was ready to do that again.
Sure.
That was so cute.
Watch me whip. Watch me nene. Oh. Let's do the dance. Watch me whip. Watch me nene. Pick this.
Pick this.
Confused.
High five.
Oh my god,
buddy.
we're touching each other.
Oh my god.
Look at that.
Boundaries!
Oh my
Don't
God.
touch me!
Ew.
Ew, yuck. Yuck you.
Confucius says Mo will run in front, car get tired, but Mo will runs behind the car, get exhausted. Damn. Where's MP?
He ran. You wanna chase him? Let's chase him.
A blowgun?
No, don't grab it. Don't you dare. We need to reach the peak.
How many ammo does this have?
Just one.
I see. Where's MP?
I don't know.
I think he's just
Come
lurking.
here. Psst, come here. You gotta call for him. Psst, come here, boy. Come on. Psst, psst.
I have Mojero here. Beep beep.
You wanna play
is
some
here.
Marvel Rivals? Come here. Psst, psst. I have Marvel Rivals. Psst, come here. Wait. Wait, where is he?
He's not showing up.
Did he go
Let's
ahead?
just go. I think so.
Oh! Oh, he's over here! He is ahead. He threw a frisbee.
Where is he?
Over here. Over here.
Oh, I was hiding there, I see.
Oh, how was your day, Toshi? Itoshi?
It was good. How about your Shen? How is your day?
My day was good.
Great.
Yes.
Yes, girl.
Yes.
Yes, queen.
Yes. Preach.
I actually genuinely want to finish this game. Have you finished this game before?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, one time.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Damn. Oh, I got a rope cannon. Did you drink?
Oh, rope.
Oh, look at him. He's
Alright.
speed running.
I'm gonna shoot him.
Oh my god, he's
What?
actually playing the game? That is insane.
I'm gonna try shooting him. And he's trying to climb.
You see the balloon that's his balloon sticking out.
I got it.
Did you get him?
Oh shit.
Actually? Oh, you missed?
I'm down. Do we have any med kit there?
No. I have an
Okay.
energy drink and Girl Scout cookies.
That's fine.
You need cookies?
Going up to the pick. I would love your cookies.
Excuse me, sir? Here.
What? There you go. Tick mints. Tikkuminto. Yoremo anata.
Toshi-san!
Oh wait. Hi.
Nani ga suki?
Chocominto. Oi, monster drink. You want it?
Oh yeah. No, I don't have room. Sadly.
Okay. I'll keep it.
Bro is just like locked in right now.
Alright, let's race.
We
Let's get
racing?
Yeah, we
Okay.
racing, bro. We racing.
I don't think you're gonna make it. Toshi, I don't think you're
Oh shit!
Yeah, upside down!
I'm confused.
Buddy, I don't think you're gonna make it, buddy. I don't think you're gonna make it. Oh my god.
Sir, I have the energy drink. I have the energy drink. I heard something explode.
Oh no.
I think it was empty.
Not gonna lie, drinking all of that alcohol is like making me so like not gassy, but like makes me want to burp. Oh shit. Oh fuck! Train horse intensifying. Wait, I'm dead! Wait! Wait, I'm actually dead! Holy shit! Oh wait, I miss this? The cannon? Wait, didn't I have my Girl Scout cookies? Where are they? Here? Wait, do they sound like extra like echoey? Is that part of the game? Should I just cannon myself up there? I should, right? Okay, okay, yeah, I'm put this here. Oh shit, no, no, no. No, put it wrong. Can I grab it? Fuck. Oh shit!
Well, that's desperate.
Wait, guys, wait.
Well, that's desperate.
Fuck. I don't know where to go. I think the alcohol is getting to me. Okay. Okay, we're not gonna noose the cannon. I don't know where they're at. How do I get there? No, can't reach. Okay. Okay, I could go here, right? And then here. Okay. Rest, rest, rest. Go here. Rest. Go here. Where is my team when I need them? Okay. Okay, go here. Oh wait, there's the luggage right here. Is there an antidote in here? Please. Oh, actually? Can hear? I can hear Toshi yelling. That's so funny. Actually. Okay. Put this away. Oh, I could go here actually. Yes? Yes? Really? He's dead?
Yo, I gotta tell you a secret. I gotta tell you a secret.
Okay.
Hey, Toshi's got a bug where his energy doesn't deplete even if he's climbing. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Really? What the hell?
Actually, he just fell. I think he just died though.
Oh.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
He's
Bro, he climbed all the way to the top because his energy wasn't depleting. He's got some kind
What
of
the
bug, bro. How is that balanced?
hell? What the hell is that
I think
shit?
it's bug. I think it's
Oh my
bug.
god.
Unbelievable.
That's insane. You guys both dead. Should I just like kill myself
still alive.
in game? Oh. What do you mean you're a ghost?
Oh, you got this. You got this.
I
Come
got
on.
this. I have literally like 1/6 of a health right now. 1/6.
No, you got this.
Watch. It's the power of friendship. I can't go anymore.
You literally have the gun. What you call that again?
Yeah, but I don't have enough like energy to climb up. Wait, if I throw it here.
I don't think you use energy, do you?
Did I make my rope too short? I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I can't make it. I can't make it. I'm dead.
There you go.
God damn.
Oh
Help.
my lord.
Help. 11 minutes. All that struggle for survival only to find death? Truly epic run. Yeah, right?
Oh,
So
well.
peak. Such a peak
I
run.
mean, if you think about it, it's not just life. All that struggle for survival only to find death. That's just life, bro.
Exactly. Exactly.
I work
You
my
wake
way
up,
up
you go
just
to
to
work.
die.
Yeah, you struggle, you go to school, you go to work. Make money only for people to take it off you.
God damn. That's so deep.
Damn.
That's so deep.
Damn.
Oh my god.
So deep. Not the first time I've heard that.
Crazy. It's crazy. He's being dirty, chat. He's being dirty.
What? I'm just saying the shit I say is deep, and it's not the
He's
first time I've
being
heard
dirty.
something
He
deep.
doesn't even act
You're
like this
being
when he
dirty.
speaks JP. Can you believe that? That's so crazy. You guys know, for context, MP is a JP streamer, and like whenever he speaks JP, he doesn't even act this unhinged. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah. He's
Who are you
crazy.
talking to?
I'm talking to my chat.
I'm looking at your chat.
Kausap
Wait.
niya yung chat niya.
I'm looking at
Ano ba
your
yan,
chat. No
MP?
one's saying anything about me, bro.
Okay, I'm being schizo. Let me be schizo, okay?
Sinong may gusto
She just
nito?
wants to talk about me, Chad. She just wants to talk about me.
Damn right.
Tara na,
MP
tara
no
na.
koto ski-sugi. MP no
Tara,
koto
tara, tara.
ski-sugi.
Hindi kanya gusto MP, wag ka nang assuming dyan.
Putang ina mo.
You were scared of the one brain cell.
Tangina,
That's
sino
so
nagturo sa inyo yan?
funny. That's so funny.
Sino nagturo sa inyo?
Uh,
Tangina talaga. Oh. Tara na, tara na.
That's actually
Dito,
so
dito, dito.
funny.
MP siya, dito.
CC. Andale, andale.
Dito, dito.
Andale, andale.
oh, that
Takbo,
reminds
takbo.
me. I can open my packs. Hang on.
His packs.
Bilisan mo! Ano
His
ba yan?
Pokemon packs.
Yo, packs are important, bro. I need packs. Give me a sec.
Oy, MP.
Ang dami
Putang
naman
ina
itong
mo.
Cheche
Put-
Boreche.
Put tank in the mall.
Every time they hold their hand out, I can't stop but think of that meme that involves an officer's handgun. An officer's handgun? What meme? I don't think I know what you're talking about. An officer handgun? When I think of the
Tara, Shen,
hand, I think of the Spider-Man meme. You know, when you point at someone.
Shen, samahan mo ako dito.
CC.
Yeah, it's gonna be funny. I'm gonna speak in my local language.
I can think about local language too. Fucking like that.
Hindi yan yung local language mo.
Shen has no idea what I said. Shen has no
No, I have
clue
no
what the fuck it is.
idea. No idea.
Australian accent yun, pre.
Australian accent? We have
Oh.
3 different accents here, guys.
Australian accent.
We have the Pinoy accent.
Anong mga accent
We
meron
have the Australian accent. We have the freaking American accent.
Sana
I'm a
all
loner.
American
You're
accent.
a loner. You're not a loner. You have me.
Ew!
Ew, what do you mean,
Wait, di yung
ew?
Tagalog.
Tagalog.
Ha? Hindi. Di ko kausap ko.
Oh my god, it's greasy feathers.
Uy, si Greasy. Hey, Greasy. Hey, fellas.
Hi, Greasy. I love Grease.
Mga
Greasy
pre.
nuts.
Greasy.
Dito tayo, pre.
This way.
Naintindihan nyo ba ako? Dito tayo, dito. Shen, dito.
See.
Pasito, pasito.
Halika na dito. Lakad matatag.
Bali.
Buhay pa ba kayo?
Andale.
I'm speaking Tagalog and you guys are just replying in Spanish. What the fuck?
Hablas español?
Hablas
So,
español?
Shen, kamusta
Sí.
ka? Kamusta ka naman?
Como
Kamusta ka, Shen?
Oh, yo estoy America.
Come on,
9
kamusta?
out of 9.
Shen, kamusta ka, Shen? MP,
Crazy,
kamusta?
no?
¿Cómo estás? How am I? I'm good. Estoy muy bien. I think. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Naka-shot ka na ba?
Oh,
Uminom ka na ng shot mo?
sí.
He shot.
¿Cómo se dice what you just said in español?
Tara, bilis, bilis, bilis!
Yo no sé, yo no
Billy's? We're
sé.
going to Billy's.
Bilis,
Yo no
bilis,
sé.
We're going to
bilis!
Billy's.
Feliz?
Billy.
Bilisan nyo!
Ah, wait, di pala nawawala yung stamina ko, so okay lang.
Oh, thank you. Baby, take my hand.
No, thank you.
Hawakan mo ang kamay ko. Ayan.
Sí.
Ikaw, MP, hawakan mo kamay ko.
Oh, look.
Kamay ko, hawakan mo.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Neda.
Keep your fucking hand away from me, pleb.
Neda,
Tonginong yun.
look. Neda. Rope
Oh my
cannon.
god. Barili mo dun.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Welcome, Miss Shizuki. Welcome. How are you? How is your day?
Suzuki.
Today we're doing like what do they call this? Like I'm drinking alcohol. We're doing it like a tipsy. Oh, I'm the one drunk. We're doing like a tipsy peak collab.
Yan,
But I'm the only one. But I'm the one
Umiinom rin
seriously
ako.
drinking. Sí.
Seryoso rin ako, seryoso ako.
¿Dónde
Seryoso
está?
umiinom
¿Dónde
ako.
está? ¿Está aquí? Aquí, here?
Doon.
Aquí?
Doon tayo, sa taas. Oo. Aakyat ako muna. Ako
Ah.
muna, Shen, ako muna.
Muy bien. Okay, go. Oh, he knows the
sorry.
broken.
Teka lang. Di kita Shen?
Oh.
MP? Ba't nandiyan kayo? Nahulog doon naman kayo.
Oh, it's a platform right here.
Ah!
I said, how are you? How is your day? I'm not gonna make
Kaya
it.
mo
I'm
yan,
not gonna
Shen.
make it. I'm not gonna make it. This is peak. This is very peak. Very, very peak. Meta miss huevos en tu boca? En tu boca?
Don't touch this. This rope is a bait. It doesn't
¿Cómo
work.
se dice boca, tu boca en inglés? Porque yo no sé.
Mga pala dito.
Can I can't sleep, so I'm working on my doll. Oh my god, nice! Oh, a doll? Like
my
a
God.
homemade doll? How do you stand on this platform? Okay.
Uy, nasan kayo?
I'm going up!
Ayun. Dito, Shen. Shen, dito.
Are you door? Oh.
I'm the yellow one. Ako yung yellow.
I can't make it!
Dito.
Oof, I took a really bad fall. Oh wait, he's dead!
Oh my god.
He's dead! Got him on my
Patay na
back.
si MP. Womp womp.
Is he on my back? Am I carrying him?
Alam, you know what? I can revive you guys at the top, and then we just do the round 2.
Oh yeah.
You guys wanna do that?
Yeah. Can you make it?
Since my stamina doesn't deplete it, so... let me know on Discord if you die.
Okay. Go on.
Oh, go.
Oh, I'll take this.
Shen, just heal yourself. You have a bandage.
Oh wait, you're right.
Oh, wait,
you're
you
so
got a
right.
bandage?
I
Give-
forgot.
Give me your stuff, Shen. Give me your stuff.
My stuff. Oh wait, I noosed it.
Oh,
I
you
noosed
used
it.
them.
Yeah.
You're
I have
supposed,
a.
you're,
I have a
you're supposed to
rope.
die.
Oh, I have a rope. You can take it. I put it in your bag.
Can we put it in the bag? Okay.
Look at
God damn. My God,
Bro
MP.
died
Close your
sitting
teeth.
up.
laughing at my dead body, bro.
Bro
What the
died.
hell?
Bro died
Close
sitting
your-
Why
up.
would you do that?
God damn.
Bro, I died playing Marvel Rivals. That was me at my desk. Right there, bro.
God damn.
Hands on keyboard, literally.
Alright, I'll go at the top.
That's crazy. Put my balls in your mouth. Wait, is that what he said? Is that what he said? I don't even understand Tagalog, so I didn't even know what he said.
Demi, welcome to the
Welcome,
stream.
man,
Wala ko sinabing
Demi.
put my balls.
How are you? Yo, Shen, that rope is a bait. You can't go there.
Actually, I could totally go here.
That rope is bait, bro.
Watch.
Bro, how do you think I died, bro? Bro, how do you think I died, bro? Why you just no listen?
It's the power of friendship. You just don't understand, MP. I swear, you don't understand.
Who do you think put the rope there?
You? You put it in?
Yeah. I put the rope there. I climbed it. I died, bro. Brother.
So it's your fault. Oh my god. So welcome in,
She
Demi.
keeps
How
trying
are
the
you?
same rope like it's gonna work next time.
Okay, what about this? I got this. Watch. I put this here. Here. How do I noose this? Can I not noose this?
Click.
No, it's not working. I think it has to be. Oh, it has to be across, not up. Okay.
I see.
Okay, I'm gonna climb up. Help! No!
Atoshi says kill yourself.
Kill myself? Wow. Wow, he's not even being friendly with it. One brain cell, Shen.
Shen, I'll revive you, Shen.
Thank you for the leg.
If you
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you pressing and holding E?
I am now. Yes. I am now. I'm
you
dead.
dead?
Yes.
Are you guys both dead? Where's MP?
I am dead. He's behind you.
Your duty is not over.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
See, I have blind powers.
Nice.
What do you mean your duty is not over?
His duty?
Now,
He hasn't been to the
we just
bathroom yet.
continue what we've tried to do.
Welcome in, Kevin. Welcome. How are you,
Oh, I
Kevin?
got burnt. Oh my god.
Oh, he's hot.
Damn, bro,
He's
like
hot.
it, bro.
Oh. Best solution when facing any problems? Exactly, right?
Alright, where is he? Oh, there he is.
You still need to wipe? That is true. That is true. I just woke up
Alright,
from...
here we go again.
So I don't have an answer to that yet? Oh, I see, I see. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning.
Si papi, si papi.
See, Bobby.
What? I take damage from that? That's fine. I
Oh,
died already.
what the fuck?
Okay. Oh shit. I took big damage. How are you, shit? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I've been drinking alcohol. Yeah, I've been drinking alcohol. I have a hand cam here. I'm taking like shots of vodka. It's been pretty good. I love
Vodka.
drinking.
Can I need to drive?
Yes,
Vodka. No,
vodka.
you're too young for that. 6, 7, 6, 7.
6, 7, 6, 7.
I don't even understand that meme, bro.
Yeah, I don't either. Oh, there's another luggage right here.
Mine. Oh my god.
Oh, it's a med kit. Can I use it right now? Actually, wait. Can you use it on me? Thank you. That's it. That's good. Wait, why am I on fire? I'm on fire. You gave me a freaking chili off. He gave me a chili.
That's what you get for giving me the snake pills.
My bad, my bad.
And make you feel hot.
Oh, damn right I'm hot. Ow. Ah. Ah. I don't think that meme is meant to be understood. Yeah, I figured. 6, 7. Can I make me a meme? Shinobi. Shinobi.
Climb up here. Or we can just use the vines.
Yeah, I was gonna
damn
do
it.
the vines.
Okay, I'm going to go play Dota now.
No, please don't leave.
Use the V-I-N-E.
Oh, he's gonna leave me.
Oh shit, this is so slippery.
Title of your sex tape.
Okay, this way. Oh, there's luggage right there behind you. Right there. You see me poking it? You see me fingering it?
Am I poisoned?
Nice. Lantern?
Grab my antidote.
Oh, this is where I died last time.
Oh shit!
Oh!
Fuck!
That was you!
Yeah, that was my bad. That was actually my bad.
Oh my
It's okay!
God, I'm
It's
dead,
okay!
I'm dead, I'm
This
actually
is
dead,
luggage!
I'm actually
Actually?
dead, I'm actually dead.
Ow!
Walk
I'm actually
out of
dead.
it! Walk out of it!
I'm kidding.
The luggage right there.
Is everyone dead?
No, we are very well
We
alive.
need the
Oh, I'm actually
antidote.
dead. I'm actually dead. Oh, shit, fuck.
No, you're not. You're fine, bro. You're fine. Just make a jump.
Oh! Okay, trail mix. Energy drink.
Up here, guys.
Uh-huh.
Oh, damn.
Up?
That was a useless thing. Oh, it's not useless. It's fine.
Half the rope is like on the floor. You know you can cut the rope, right?
Can we?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rope. I've been looking for some rope all week.
Hey yo. For a BDSM.
What?
That is not what I was thinking of.
Oh.
Oh my God, it's raining. I'm gonna take shelter.
With you being so poisoned, you can always claim the vodka is for immersion. Exactly, right? Exactly. Okay. I don't think I'm able to claim that. I'm gonna go over here.
Ah, true. I'm gonna go up first so I can help you.
I don't need help. I'm a strong, independent woman.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't ask for help, bitch. I'm offering a help to you. And you're just gonna.
Damn right. Damn right.
I'm looking down on you, girl. Come on, you can do this.
I got this. I got this. Watch.
Where's MP?
I have no idea. I don't know where he went.
Hey, there he is. There he is.
wait. Hurry up! Okay, where do we go
Why am
now?
I being pushed?
Here? This way? Behind you?
Probably, yeah. Probably.
You go over here.
Oh, that's steep. That's steep. Oh, there's a chest here. Oh, never mind. I lied.
Actually, it's called luggage. Actually.
Girl, if I want to call it chest, it's a chest.
Luggage. Luggage is in the singular form. I mean, it's, now that you mentioned it. I don't actually know.
No, we're not going here. Ooh.
This way. Don't touch the plant. It is poisonous.
It's a good shit, bro.
Okay, looks like NP's route is correct.
Oh,
I will go and hop on NP's route.
Hop on my
hop
nuts.
on these. Oh.
I got this too, man.
MP and Shen sharing brain cells.
I swear. Nah, he's just copying me, I swear to God. I swear to God.
How am I copying if I said it before you, bro? How am I copying if I said it before you?
Okay. We
Don't
are
go
in the
near
right
that.
path.
Are you sure it's right or is it left? Haha. 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 Please laugh, please. It was so funny. Not eating red berries? Get from nature? No! We're fancy. We only eat like gourmet food. Like Girl Scout cookies. Feeling this doll's body part is tiring? Oh? Are you losing like cotton
That's
or...
filing, bro. That says filing, bro.
A filing? Filling, right? Is it filing?
Filing.
Are you filing?
You say
Wait.
filing?
I thought she was like making it out of like scratch, like actually.
Did I hear filing?
It's like when you file your nails.
Oh!
Did someone
tell
say
me
filing?
why.
Is someone having issues with Messenger? Oh my god.
It's the alcohol, guys.
It's my
I
trigger
swear
word.
to God.
Stop, bro.
It's the alcohol.
It's
It's,
my
not
trigger word.
me.
Say the filing word.
It's trigger word.
It's been fucking 6 months since I've been dealing that shit. Ah! Oh shit. Oh shit, Silent Hill.
This way.
Silent
This
Hill,
way,
why is it
guys.
noisy?
Damn.
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 Now I'm gonna make it out of polymer clay if I do that. Oh, that's cool. That's actually really cool.
Is that rain?
Ow.
Do you need a hand? Do you need a
The
hand?
bullet.
Do you need a hand? Grab my hand! Guys,
Took the
he
bullet.
never wants to
Oh,
grab
shit,
my
I'm gonna
hand.
die.
How rude.
I'm allergic to filthy nigga legend players.
Rude.
Sugar rush.
He's a strong, independent man. If there's one thing I liked from watching the movie Mist, the ending. The ending was a masterpiece to avoid the fog. That's true.
Ah. I fell down.
Oh, womp womp.
Good.
Womp womp. Fell down on these. Wait, is the fog supposed to be like this high? No, right?
It's because you're at the edge of the map.
Probably not.
Oh, I'm on the edge. Okay, I'm edging. Chat, I'm edging.
Okay,
You what?
buddy.
She is edging. Okay. You don't have to. You don't have to share that, Shen.
My God.
My bad,
Oh,
bro.
I see the smoke. I see the smoke.
Go, 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 go. Gotta go fast.
You know what they say? Where there's smoke.
Okay,
Can't
that's
move.
it.
Where there's smoke, there's a brim inside with a judge.
I'm sure it's Omen.
Oh, Omen.
Guys. What the fuck? How did the luggage... Where's the gravity in here, bro?
Oh, we're here.
Yes.
We're here.
Gravity.
Is this the furthest you ever made it? MP.
Yes.
Well done.
Last time I saw MP play this, he never went past the jungle. Insane. Okay.
Day 3. Oh, this is new.
Day
I haven't seen
3.
this snow.
Oh, really?
Oh wait, never mind. I've seen this before.
Oh, I haven't
no,
been
I've
to
seen
the
this, I've seen
desert
this.
one. The desert one's a new one.
Oh. What's
Yeah.
the other one? Is it a volcano already?
Oh, volcanoes after this.
Oh.
I wanna try the desert. I haven't tried the desert one. I know if you go to the desert one, there's a secret like cave that you can be like Indiana Jones, and you get a trophy.
Oh wait, I think I've seen this. I've seen that clip.
Yeah. But then for some reason I never get the desert.
Such.
Oh, you know what's crazy? You know
Uh-huh.
what's crazy? I'm not streaming. I can play music. Fuck all of you. Fuck all these K-pop going on,
Play
boys.
music while streaming.
I ain't streaming. You can hear it. Fucking K-pop's going on. Oh,
Gnarly.
Good.
Everything's gnarly.
Yeah.
Vocalite gang, rise up.
This way, this way. Follow me! It's a fun experience. The hurricane throws you at cactus. Oh yeah, I saw. I'm like, wait, what do you call those? Those little hay balls? Is there a name for that? You know what I'm talking about, right, Itoshi? The little hay ball that like rolls.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, yeah.
like- yeah. A tumbleweed. Yeah.
Tumbleweed.
A tumbleweed.
I didn't know that's what it's called.
Fucking threw me to the ground. Kevin! Damn.
Actually, that's funny.
Dylan was fucking laughing at me for 2 minutes. Oh my god, you played this day long? What? We should have played together. Where's that big? Is he dead?
He probably doesn't
No!
know he's getting damaged.
What the heck? I'm still getting damaged.
Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Where's the child? Where's the child?
MP! He's alive.
Okay, let's go. This way. Oh, there, yeah, this map you can find like capybaras. Capybara.
Here?
Yeah. You can pet it. I think you get a trophy for it. Oh.
How do you find it?
I don't know. You have to find like a hot spring or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
A hot spring in the winter area? Damn.
Oh god.
Oh my God,
Oh god. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here. Over here. Where did he go? Wait. We totally should play something together. I know I was supposed to find the time, but I suck so much at doing everything. That's okay. That's okay. Just let me know when. We can definitely play games together. Oh, we should. We should. It's been a while. I've been playing games a lot with Daylon though. Okay.
Just don't get cold easy.
You trying to scare me? Oh my god, brother. Your face
trying
is
to sneak up
scary
on you.
enough. Oh.
Good.
This is not haircut.
Getting too cold? Just don't get cold easy. Easy. Easy peasy.
What happens if I touch this?
I don't know. Try it.
Nothing happens. Ow! It hurts! Alright!
It burns. Oh, but it saves you from getting cold.
Oh, the lava?
No, I'm not eating yun.
Wait, actually?
I'm gonna die. Yeah,
I think it's dead.
I didn't know that.
I'm alive, I'm alive. I think it's a new
Wait.
thing.
Yeah, I didn't see that last time I played. I don't need your hand. Get out of here. Go over there.
Bitch.
You just called me the B word? Whoa! Wow! You heard that, guys? Cancel him. Cancel, cancel.
Nah. I said we should go to the beach.
Let's go to the beach, beach. Let's get away. Do you even know that song?
No. I didn't
No,
even know that was a song.
it's Nicki Minaj, guys.
What the hell did you just call her?
Nicki Minaj.
Oh my god, she said it again.
What?
Oh my
Wait,
god.
am I
What
saying it
the
wrong?
fuck?
Am I saying it wrong?
What the fuck? You can't just call someone that, bro.
Wait, call someone what?
You tell us.
See, now I don't want to say it again. Is it not Minaj? That's what I'm saying. Is it not Minaj? They made it sound like I'm saying a bad word.
She doesn't realize it.
Wait,
She doesn't
what?
realize it.
Minaj? Nicki Minaj?
That's not the part.
That's not even that.
That's not the
That's
bad
not
part.
even. Yeah.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. You guys need to give. You guys need to like. What?
Alright, she's confused. Let's leave her alone. It's okay.
Wait,
Let's say the word
I
again.
gotta know now. I gotta know.
Rest in peace, affiliate.
Shouldn't we go here?
He's cold.
I don't think so. I actually don't think so. Unless we can make it here. You know?
Don't look up Minaj.
I can make it there.
It's M-I-N-A-J, bro. It's Minaj to begin with.
Wait, actually, wait. What does it mean?
That's not what we're talking about, bro.
Wait.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking it up. It is so funny.
They don't know. Oh my god.
I can't say. Wait. Can you put it like vaguely? Just tell me. You know?
Say it again.
Minaj?
No.
No?
I'm cold, I'm cold, I'm cold.
I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall. Actually, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm alive. I'm well. Three men in a room, they might kiss. Maybe. Wait, what? What? According to Urban Dictionary, it's when three people have fun and the two of them are men. Oh, like a threesome? Is that what it is? A threesome? Is that what it means? Yeah? Oh! What's so scary about that, guys? It's literally my channel. Come
That's not
on.
what we're talking about, bro.
Oh, that's.
Not even.
Oh.
Bro, how did you even get up? I can't get up.
Ah, I'm dead.
How you doing?
How you doing? Where are you? I think I'm stuck.
Look
Oh
up.
wait, wait.
I need help.
I see. I
need
see you.
help.
I see you. Go up, go
I
up.
need help.
Can you drop? Drop, drop.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck, Stepsis. I'm cold.
Grab my hand, grab my hand. Can you grab my hand? I got you. I got you. Hopefully I
Oh,
don't
shit.
die
We're
here.
cold, bro. We're cold.
Holy shit. I can't. I'm like, I'm against
Oh,
the
I'm
wind.
dead. I'm down, I'm down.
Oh, wait, I'm not dead. Okay.
Am I
Nice
hearing
save, right?
some- Why am I hearing no sound? What the fuck? My YouTube music decided to
Touch
play
the blue
what
rocks, Shen? No, I'm gonna freeze! I'm gonna freeze. I know what the blue rocks do.
Alright, Shen. Put your ego down.
Put my ego
Grab
down.
my hand.
Grab it! Hurry! Okay.
Where's MP?
I have
So
no
you still
idea.
have- You still don't get it, don't you, Shan?
No, I don't get it.
God damn. That's okay.
Should I eat something?
I have food
Oh, I also got food.
and drink.
Should we wait for MP?
Ow!
She knows what the blue rocks
Where's
do. She
MP?
watched Breaking Bad. Yeah, damn right I did. I have no
MP,
idea.
I mean, this ghost is not here yet. Did you lost him earlier? You guys were together, no?
I kind of went ahead of him.
I see.
Oh god, oh god.
MP-chan!
He's not responding.
I'm gonna freeze. This reminds me I need to eat something RL. Yeah, you should eat. It's the morning, right? For you, Kevin? What do you have for breakfast?
MP-chan!
Toshi. Oh,
Ah, me?
yeah. Did she eat
Omelette
breakfast?
that became a scramble.
Ooh.
MP-chan! He's not responding.
Epi-chan! Hi! Nani ka suki?
You know what? Let's keep
He's-
going.
He's gone. Yeah.
We can just revive him if he's dead.
That's true, that's true. I'm having some bagels. Ooh. Plain bagels with like no cream cheese, no bacon, no eggs.
True, he might be jamming on the music.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a smoke cage here. Can we even go inside?
I don't know.
Wow, this is so cozy here. Wow,
How do you get over there? Did he jump? He jumped here, right?
I don't know.
Where are you? Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Oh. Behind you,
Here.
behind you.
Let's not go up. Let's go here. Yep, I think it's here.
Okay.
Yep, okay. Then we jump here.
Yo, how are you moving so fast?
Fucking fast, boy.
Yorimo anata. Yeah, just playing. I'm a simple man of simple pleasures. Plain bagels! Yuck! I'm sorry, Kevin. That's plain bagels? No cream cheese? Nothing at all? Grab my hand! Grab my hand, please! Thank you, thank you.
Alright, we're almost there. Actually not, we're not almost there. We're not even halfway through, I think. Oh, luggage!
Oh, there's two! Nice!
Oh, cookies! I would love some cookies. I love how we just leave empty.
It's okay.
It's not even
He-
complaining.
Yeah. True. I don't like the texture of bagels. Did you know bagels are boiled? Yeah, kind of crazy, right? They boil dough and makes bagels, and then they put it in the oven. Fun fact.
Donut?
No, bagels, not donuts.
Bagel.
It's two
They
different
boil it?
things.
What the-
Yeah, they boil bagels. Kind of crazy.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, dog.
Damn right, dog. What is this?
It's a
Python?
python. Can you make it here?
Hold on, let me rest. Yes. Go, 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 go. Go, go, Power Rangers. Python. It's French? Python? Python? A python?
Python.
Python on these. Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh my
God,
god, I'm
it's
gonna
cold
freeze.
again.
Oh my god.
Taking cover, taking cover.
I'll just make him run for it. Make him run for it. You got this, you got this. Do you need a
I'm
hand?
gonna die.
You need a hand? Yeah! Wait, he fell so far! He fell so far! Like, he fell all the way down there. Python. Wait, are you actually dead? Come up. Come up.
No, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive.
Come up.
I'm good.
I don't think I don't think he needs a hand anymore. NC.
I'm coming back.
Come up. Tis but a flesh wound. Yeah, it's just a flesh wound, you know? He needs a miracle now.
I believe in miracle.
He got this. Take my hand. Power friendship.
Oh my god. The smoke! I see the smoke!
You see the smoke? Oh wait, I see it too. Right there.
Yeah, it's there. Woo! Better not be cold again. Oh, there's a game.
I race you there.
Oh, don't even test me. God damn it! Why are you fast? Bunny hop! Bunny hop!
Wait, he's bunny hopping, guys. No. Wait, he's still
Is he
alive.
dead? He's like
Where is
400
he?
meters away.
Is he actually? How do you know? How do you know?
Wait, if you go here in the camp.
Oh. 400 meters away, bro. He's like out at the bottom. Can he die?
Hi. Where are
Can
you?
he die?
Can you die? in game.
In game. You go there, and MP's already there. No explanation, right? Did he go
Just revive her if
AFK?
you want.
I think he might have gone to AFK.
God damn it, MP. It's not even streaming.
Alright.
That's the hard part.
Hello?
Oh, he's dead. Oh well. Hello, Chibin. Oh my God, it's Chibin.
Oh my God, Chibin! Welcome in,
Rest me,
Chibin.
rest me. Давай.
Can't revive.
Oh my god.
Alright.
How are you?
Hold on, guys. I gotta go take a piss again. I'm sorry.
Damn, that's a lot of water you
I-
got there.
Yeah, I'm drinking a lot. It's a problem. Oh, BRB.
Where are you, bro? What the hell?
I was playing Marvel.
Ah, you pig. Are you actually? Are you actually?
Anyway.
Are you actually?
Anyway.
You pee. Wanna take the on-call from me? Not even ready for next week.
Playing Marvel Rivals
Playing?
during peak? No,
Yeah,
I would never.
It's crazy. It's fucking
Never
crazy.
do such a thing.
The addiction is strong.
MP, where the fuck are you? Don't go yet! MP went ahead, what the fuck? Work for us. I don't even know if I can. All I can... This is the best that I can do. Watch me whip. Oh, watch me nene. Watch me whip. Watch me nene. That's the best that I can do. MP went ahead, not people. I'm gonna scare Shen. Hi. Welcome to ASMR. Is it ASMR on? Hello, Lucy. Thank you for the. Oh my God, 32 months. Oh my God, mopoker. ASMR. Is it ASMR on the thing? Let me give you SO.
I am back. Welcome in, Lucy-chan. Tayo.
Welcome back, Shinobi.
ASMR or?
Welcome
well.
to Samoa's Ray for a second. Why Asmir? Bro, MP just went ahead without you. I swear he's gonna die, and he was playing
Yeah,
in the Marvel Rivals.
I heard.
Not. Where are you
where do we
going,
go?
bro?
Over here? Oh.
Lava. Oh, there he is. You see him?
Yeah, I see him.
What's there? Look at this motherfucker.
Oh, he fell!
Huh? He fell down?
Yeah, he fell.
Lama. Lava. That's kind of hot. Hello.
Right?
Oh, he's throwing stuff. That's a med kit.
Fucking dingus. No, it's not a med kit. It's a heat pack. Oh, we don't need this anymore.
Man, just throw that away.
I'm sure you won't need the heat pack in here, bro.
You know what else is hot? Your mom. That's funny. That
By
is
the way, the
funny.
lava goes thingy, so.
Oh yeah, it goes up. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if I should follow MP, but I'll follow him.
Wait, how do you even jump from there?
Huh? You just jump in here.
Okay.
There.
So are you guys gonna drink again, Lucy, later?
Okay, okay. This
Watch
is
me
good.
whip. Watch me.
Watch me, nay nay.
Watch me. Bro,
Oh,
this
fuck.
is ready. Oh, there's a chain here.
I gotta drop. I gotta drop. Oh my god.
Cowabunga!
Oh, y'all gonna do another one? Another after this? I don't know. I don't really think we're gonna finish this
I
one.
don't know.
If I'm being
We've been
honest.
losing, like, how many times?
Yeah.
Ben,
Yes.
are you following us?
I don't know where you're at. Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm
on the
good.
other side. There's a chain.
Is this
Grab
chain?
on the chain on the other side.
Okay.
Go to the top.
And then you can jump from
Oh, okay, okay.
There's a chain. Think fast! What the fuck? Bro is just down there.
The
I-
leap of hope.
Whoa!
Oh shit.
That was so
Just say
scary.
it's a leap of hope.
Yeah. Leap of faith.
faith.
Leap of hope. What the fuck? Where's making words?
My bad, my bad.
That doesn't look like the right one.
Wrong word.
Going here, I guess? Going here?
Yes. I guess. Oh, maybe you should go here first. This one.
Ow! Hot! 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 Hot sweet! Hot sweet! Hot! Hot! Hot!
Go on.
Yeah, boy. Abunay! Abunay! Abunay the show.
Go on.
What the
Go.
fuck you guys doing?
Go. Go. I'm waiting for you. Go.
MP, tara na! Bilis!
Go. Bali, bali.
Talon!
Andale, andale.
Talon!
You know what?
Happy
I'm gonna
talon.
go up here. We go on the rope.
God. Bilis
Oh shit. Go, go.
Stop na!
Hot Hasune,
Alright, got
Hasune, Miku. Hot Hasune Miku, exactly.
Oh, I see the thing. Okay. You just
Oh,
have to
luggage?
Jump, jump. Okay, we gotta do parkour. We have
Parkour!
to go there.
Parkour. Oh fuck.
Parkour, baby!
Fucking
Oh, that's
shit,
up.
Etoshi.
Up.
What the hell? What?
No, we're in the right path. We just have to do
Ah,
parkour.
that don't look good.
It is not looking good. It's not looking good.
Shit.
No, I don't think this is good. I'm taking so much damage.
Parkour! Ah! Oh my god.
I'm good. I'm good. Can make the jump here.
Okay. I don't trust. I
Oh.
don't trust you. Doshi,
I tried to grab you.
What
I tried to grab you, bro.
the hell, Doshi? All right, all
I'm
right.
trying to be helpful. Where's MP?
He's in there. He's in
There
there.
he is.
You gotta climb up. Grab my hand. Is he able to make it? The lava is going up. Oh my god, I think he's dead. Oh my god, I think he's dead. Oh my god.
MP. MP.
Oh my god, he's dead! Oh my god, he's in the lava! Oh my god! Oh my god! He's
We gotta
dead!
go, Shen. We gotta go.
He's dead! He's,
Swim, bro.
he's so dead!
Gotta go, Shen.
Can I wait?
No, there's no time.
I think no, I can wait! Watch.
Wait.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
I
don't
can make it.
The lava went back down, bro. Y'all baited
Oh,
me.
it
I
went
could have
back.
just waited too.
Oh.
Could have just waited too, man. Y'all baited me. Unbelievable.
Sorry! Not my fault. Blame Itoshi here.
Well, no. Blame the lava.
That's not how it works. Wait. Oh shit. Ah! Okay, where do we go? Where do we go? Where do
Oh.
we go?
I have no idea.
Can you come up here? No. Well, I guess I'm doing a quick dance.
Ah, you fucker.
Oh god. Oh wait, oh my
Oh,
god!
I think you're in the right path. You're in the right path.
Am I?
I'm following you. Yeah.
Okay. Don't follow me, don't follow me, don't follow me! Don't follow me, like actually don't follow me! Holy shit.
Too late.
Actually?
He has
Oh.
like 2 minutes stamina. He's fine.
I have like
He
no
actually has, like,
stamina.
2 million
Wait,
stamina, bro.
do you have food? Or like antidote or like
No.
bandage?
I only have
He only has
rope.
rope.
I only have rope.
Okay.
I can grab a. There's no luggage. Damn.
Nah, sorry, bro. I can't film. I can only play DPS.
Uh,
I mean, I can Jeff
then
if
how
you
do you
want, but I can't tank.
I have no idea, Kevin. I have no idea.
I. Mute yourself if you're gonna play.
Oh, whoops, my bad.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I don't think. Ah! He fell! He fell! He fell in the lava!
All up to you now, shit. All up to you now. Curious. Almost there, you
He
can see,
fell
you
in
can
the
see almost there.
lava. Where is
Big
it?
emo
Is it there?
Valorant.
Quick game
Okay.
for Valorant. We can go sit play. Why is it Marvel, bro?
I'm streaming, bro.
No pressure.
It's
Oh,
gonna
I
make
saw you.
It's gonna make everything.
Drink the water. Drink the water.
Drink the
Take
water.
the backpack. Use everything you have. Use everything you have.
It's gonna make me go to sleep, no?
No, that's an energy drink. That's not energy. That's a sports drink. It's different.
Oh.
Check your
Shen,
bag. bro.
no
What's in your
pressure,
bag?
but this is the third level, so we need to finish this. You know.
Yes.
No
yes.
pressure.
Yes. No pressure at all. No pressure.
You just have to go on that temple.
I'm gonna go over here.
No!
Ah!
That was so scary. That was so scary.
All right. Goodbye, everyone.
No,
Oh, he's dead,
no,
he's
no, I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Ah.
GG's. GG's. I blame the tear, yeah. keep you healthy? Exactly, right? Exactly. Blame the team. Shot
1
o'clock.
meter ahead. What the fuck?
Shot o'clock. I gotta finish this string actually.
Hello, Sky.
Welcome
outside?
in, Sky. Okay, okay.
You good?
No, I'm taking a shot.
Damn, she drunk, bro. How are you guys? Doing good. I think Shan's good and Empty's good.
Starlitsky.
I think.
Mhm. Mm.
Bup, bup.
Don't
Damn,
you
look at
just-
her.
Love the taste of alcohol. So good.
Should I just go and finish the last can? I'm gonna grab another.
Yeah, do it. I'm such a good influence, right, chat?
Terrible. Terrible, Mike.
Ah. Okay.
Mm.
Alright,
That
gang.
was a good drink.
That was fun.
Very fun.
Aww.
Oh, you're leaving? Rude.
Damn right I am.
No, you're not.
Rude.
Yes, I am. Anyway, thanks for having me.
Alright, Itoshi, you wanna play Marvel Rivals with me?
God damn. I haven't installed it.
Jesus,
I will have to
damn,
install
bro.
it if we're gonna play it, bro.
Anyway, thanks for the fun stream.
Thank you for joining!
Thank you.
What if I start? Yeah,
Actually?
right?
Yeah,
I'm outta here.
actually.
God damn it, he left. You still want to play more? Sure.
Up to you. Up to you.
Oh,
You're the
Lord Bryce
host.
wants to join.
See you all next day. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye bye. Oh, he left. Up to you. Up to you.
Yeah,
It's been,
I mean, missed
how long has it been? It's been like 3 hours almost.
Almost 3 hours. Are you good though?
Me?
Is your time good?
Oh yeah, very good.
You're not feeling sleepy or something?
Oh no. I'm energized.
Wow. Hop in, missed. Can you invite
Actually?
him? I'm sure you
Yeah,
can.
yeah. I think I can. Miss, you wanna join
You know,
this?
if we have the mods, we can invite more people if you want. Like, there's a lot of them.
Oh, true.
But we might crash again, so maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's 9 a.m. I'm gonna go pretend to be protected. Bye. Bye-bye, Kevin. Thank you for joining me. Bye.
Goodbye, Kevin. Kevin! What are we playing?
Peek?
This? Pig?
Yeah, vanilla peak.
Yeah, vanilla one. Yeah, what you eating, bro? What you eating? What you eating?
Baby Ruth.
Got some good shit there.
Baby Ruth chocolate.
Are you showing it on stream?
Yeah, I am.
Damn. That's
Oh,
crazy, dog.
right? Yum.
Yum, yum, yum.
Do you
I
wanna
need to add Itoshi
join?
on Steam.
Shizuki, do you wanna join, Hana?
Send me the... Are we friends
Hold
on Discord? Probably not.
Yes? Okay, yeah, I have another friend who wants to join. Let me see.
Can you DM me, Miss? Let me add you.
I gotta open Steam.
Okay, send me your Steam code, bro. Damn, look at us.
Wow,
Getting with the
right?
community, bro. Wow.
Exactly!
Playing with the
Exactly!
Oh my god. This is something different. I'm playing outside my friends.
This is how it always goes with me. Always, always. Accept my friend request! Please! Please, I'm begging you! Accept it, please!
I added Mr. Swole. Is Hannah joining us as well?
Yes, yes. Yes!
Do I have to invite them actually, or can you?
I think I can.
Can you
I
try?
think-
Because I just added Mist. Try added add Hannah. If not, then I'll have to add Hannah myself.
Okay, okay.
Well, so how is your day, Shan?
My day, not gonna lie, it's been a while since I had like alcohol in my system. So, it feels
Damn,
really
you're
good.
welcome.
It feels really good. I love drinking. I'm telling you this. I might be an alcoholic, and
Damn. Sounds like a problem to me.
no. I just love having a fun time. You know what I mean? You know? Yep.
I'm gonna grab my pre-mixed rum.
Guys, chat. This guy, he got pre-mixed rum with Coke to drink with Coke. And it's 4% alcohol.
Hey!
Like, it's literally
the Coke is not
like...
even- I didn't even mix it with Coke, bro. That's for my something else. Don't call me out like that.
But like 4% alcohol? Itoshi, that's literally soda. That is literally soda.
I just need 4%, bro. I don't need more than that.
Yeah, Itoshi's
That's
a
too much.
lightweight. He's a lightweight. I have a pina colada
I mean,
with
the last time I
40% rum. Oh my god, 40% rum? That sounds yummy.
Damn.
Yeah, you should. Have you
Amazing
tried, Itoshi? Have you tried vodka by itself, like just like plain
Vodka, no.
alcohol? Really? You're not gonna
No,
like it.
no. I mean, from the sounds of it, it doesn't sound tasty enough as well. The only drink
Yeah.
I drank was the soju and some wine. I forgot what it is.
Really? Oh my god. Yeah. Am I?
21. Damn.
Yeah, you just turned 21. Oh my gosh, she's young.
Feel like, am I the oldest here?
Maybe, maybe.
I'm sure Miss is like the same age as me or older than me.
No,
Right?
he's the same age as me.
Fuck! I'm the oldest one here!
Yeah.
No! I'm supposed to be the youngest one. I missed it back in the day.
It's okay. You have that status. You know that I'm older than you guys. You guys better listen to me. You know.
Well, I don't have the authority, like, I don't have it with me.
It's okay.
Oh wait, is Miss streaming as well? Nice, nice, nice.
I don't know. He streamed earlier, but I don't know if he's streaming again.
I mean, he's joining on the shared chat, so I
Oh,
assume so.
yeah, sure.
Where's Hannah, by the way? Did you invite her?
Mhm. Did you get the invite actually?
Where is she?
Is it
That
shot
you
o'clock?
knows.
Shot o'clock. Shot o'clock.
Oh my.
Jesus Christ!
Damn,
How did I look?
Damn, I
Was it a
like
good
your
shot?
look, man.
Pretty
Oh,
good.
thank you. I like your look as well. Thank you, thank
Okay,
you.
guys. I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab another drink. I'll be back. BRB.
Oh, okay.
Be nice to each other.
Who did Shen say was joining us?
Hana, Shizuki.
Anna? Shizuki. Okay. Hold on, I gotta... Okay. Alright, this is fine. In Opera GX, I have Shen's stream open, but in in Google, I have yours open, so...
Damn.
Yep, it's all good.
Actually, the same. Have to wait for Shen to get back. Time for pina colada. Are you drinking too, Mist?
I don't keep alcohol on hand since I live
Damn.
with family, you know?
Fair enough.
Yeah. By the way, don't tell I forgot her name already. Don't tell Shizuki, but I was looking back at some of her VODs, mainly because I saw that she was in Shen's chat yesterday when Shen was streaming. And I was curious.
Mhm.
Yeah. Do you also play Skyrim, Itoji?
I'm back.
No.
I'm back.
No?
You can come in.
Damn.
Don't be shy,
I know
Hannah.
the
Don't be
game.
shy.
Never played it.
It's a
Over here?
shame. You should play it. It's a really good game.
Is it?
Oh, is Shen back?
Where is she? Where?
Yeah, she's back.
Oh, she's right. I think she wants to go talk
Dragushi? I need another invite. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
You should
Brother.
know it.
I got you.
don't
Did you
know.
get it?
Yeah.
Yes, I am back. I got
Wait,
Oh.
Arizona iced tea.
how do I?
she's here.
Oh, that's pointing. Wait, how do I emote again? It's been a while. I found it.
R.
Or. Oh my
Am I
god!
here?
Yes! Oh my god!
Oh my god! It's the ring. Oh, I got flung.
Oh my god, it's
Oh my god!
It's so exciting.
Bro, I only took one sip, I swear.
Really? Actually?
Oh. Oh god, I'm flopping.
I'm not.
Why are you guys are so cute?
I'm not gonna
Goddamn.
lie.
Wait,
I love
sure.
it when there's another girl here. I love it. Thank you. Welcome in.
She's not alone anymore.
Thank you.
It's about damn time.
Alright.
I think this is other than the boys. How do I shoot?
We're having
Q,
a
you have to
nice
hold Q.
time.
Ah, okay, right.
Let's go. Okay.
So hard though.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Wow, look at the
From
look
the
at them
half-court
playing
line.
basketball.
Oh, oh damn. Hold on, I can do this.
3 points. God damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You guys
Oh.
take a photo.
Wait, I'm so close. I can feel it in my bones.
you can feel it in your balls.
Yeah, I can make this.
Yeah, that was
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Well, hey.
Let's take a photo. Let's
No.
take a photo.
You got this.
Excuse
Alright.
me.
That was terrible. You guys
Okay, you know
wanna
what?
introduce yourself? Introduce yourself.
Introduce
No,
yourself.
I'm shy. Shit, I can't do
Hello,
this.
Shy.
My name is Suzuki.
I'm Itoshi.
Shit, there's two new people. Shit, I
I
can't do
like
this.
women. I like women.
Oh, I like reading too.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh my god.
This is cute.
Oh my god.
That's so cute.
I also really like
Kawaii.
purple.
Oh wow.
I'm
Purple?
very, very purple. I'm very,
Oh.
very purple.
I'm stuck.
I
Yes, purple.
love purple.
The best color in the world.
Purple?
True.
Yes.
That's the name of my
Everything
team, so I love
disappears when I
purple.
hold it. Oh, I can finally hold it. Oh my gosh.
You got this! Smile, smile, smile!
Well done.
Eat up, shotty, nom nom nom.
Smile, smile.
Nom nom nom! Nom nom
Nom nom
nom!
nom.
Nom nom nom! Nom nom nom!
Nah.
Wait, he photobombed it!
Oh no, I've been playing other games. I forgot how to sprint. It's a shift, not control. Oh,
Shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it
shift.
playing that uses control to shift?
Vintage Story?
What is that? What is vintage story?
Damn, her eyes are moving.
I love how I'm,
God damn.
I love how I'm putting up my finger.
No
like,
way.
hold on.
Look at her. It's so extra enhanced and
You like
Damn.
my eyeballs? I got them
Mhm.
from placing 10 pitons.
You look
Wow.
like you belong in Oshinoko.
Oshinoko?
yeah, everyone's wearing a Boy Scout and Girl Scout. Okay, let me change. I'm gonna
Oh
be a
God, no.
Boy Scout too.
You'll be a Boy Scout?
But you're wearing a Girl Scout uniform.
No, you can
Wait,
change the color.
we have the same outfit on! Oh my god.
Yeah, mine's blue, I think.
Alright.
No,
You
it's
wanna get
green.
Girl Scout?
Is it green? I thought it was blue.
It's green!
Green?
Yeah, it's green!
Yeah.
Anyway, now it's blue.
Oh, now it's blue!
Sailor Moon.
Alright.
Oh no.
Alright, let's get
Sneaking.
started. What the hell?
go.
Hey,
Ready?
who just leveled up?
Oh.
Hey, are you trying to tickle
What are you
me?
doing?
You better step
I'm,
back.
I'm gonna
Now to the
tickle you!
right,
I'm gonna
right,
tickle
and to
you!
the left, to the
I'm
left.
gonna tickle you!
Twirl, honey, twirl. Now twirl, honey, twirl. Skyrim shuffle. Skyrim shuffle. You can't do the Skyrim shuffle.
Oh!
Wait, you can knock each other down with those?
Here's a tissue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, should we start?
Yep.
For your pants, cause they're
Let's
wet.
start.
Yeah,
For your
probably.
pants, cause they're wet. For your pants, cause they're wet, 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 wet.
Itoshi! Big fast!
Oh,
Oh, you
I got it.
you caught it!
Yeah.
Holy shit! He's so cool!
Yeah.
Nice!
Okay.
Oh,
Ow.
wait.
Whoops.
Get that to the floor.
Alright, let's get started.
Drop it.
Okay, let's go!
Drop it. I don't know that.
Okay. Do. Should I eat a candy? I feel like I need like food in my system.
Did you not eat
Are
it?
you not eating? What the
Me?
hell?
Hey,
I
finally awake.
I
Did you
am
not eat
eating.
anything before drinking?
I ate
Was
chips.
supposed
Yeah, was I supposed to?
I mean, you don't have
to?
to.
Yes, I don't.
Well, have some candy then.
You get drunk.
Yo, I'm gonna cook. Oh, right, it's shift. I'm gonna cook this first aid kit.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
They give you extra energy. Any consumables? Ah!
Wait,
Ah, don't push me!
does it actually?
God damn it.
It gives you extra
You
energy?
pushed me.
And it just touched
You
me,
pushed
so I
me!
could get
You
my
pushed me! You pushed
satisfaction.
me! I'm the one who got burned here.
You can ask Bing Bong now. You can ask
Bing
questions.
bong, bing bong.
Bing
He
bongs. Are you sad? He
Just
doesn't
have to
like
press
me.
the thing.
You have to squish them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bing bong. Am I gay?
Oh.
Yeah. Watch out, Chen.
Watch out! Bing
I
bong.
literally like introduced myself like I'm a succubus. I like women.
Damn, I like women too. We're the same.
Yeah! You guys have one thing in common.
Big dick honkers.
Oh, Shen, do you not like women?
I love
I
women.
love women.
Yeah.
Bro, Haley from Stardew Valley is my wife.
You like Haley? Oh.
I'm a Emily girl. I'm a Emily girl though.
I'm
I
sorry.
love people.
Right now, I'm gonna run where I'm marrying everyone but Shane and Alex, I think.
Oh, I freaking hate Shane. I hated him.
Shane's
He,
hard though. Like
yeah,
He's
he
too-
always
Shane's
ignore
like,
me.
I'm only dating him that way I get the blue chicken. Like that's all I want from him. And stop being
The
a
blue
bitch.
chicken.
Yeah, he feeds
That's
Coca-Cola to the chicken and it
crazy.
turns fucking blue, man.
Ooh. You know who I
Blue
like?
chicken.
I like the blonde guy. What's his name? I forgot his name. The blonde guy.
Sam?
Yes,
Put them in your bag, put them in
Sam!
your bag.
I love Sam.
Put the balloons in your bag, that makes it lighter.
Let's go, let's
Whatever
go.
you put in your bag will be lighter.
leather.
Wah wah wah.
Lighter? But I hardly even know her. You stole my joke! Wow!
Not
Joke
even
stealer.
yours.
You don't have the copyright for it.
Capybara, capybara, capybara.
Yeah.
Vada, I'm burping a lot. I am so sorry. I'm burping.
It's okay.
Whoa,
That's
yo,
what
I
happens
forgot.
when you like
Right, it's
drink
not controlled,
alcohol.
it's if you like pina coladas and getting gone in the rain, if you're not
Thank you,
into
thank you.
yoga,
God damn it! I tried to
Half
do the thing
brain.
again.
The thing? Where are you going?
Think fast, you. Ah!
Oh god. I don't know if I'm drunk or like I'm getting overstimulated.
I don't know what's going on. I'm going up. Going up.
lost the money.
There's a lot going on. Yes?
Chad.
Yes?
You're alive.
Where are
Where's Mist? Mist, are
I
you
am-
good?
Oh, I see them.
I am here. I am here.
It's here. I don't have directional audio.
Grab my hand. You see my finger?
It's up here. On
You
your
see? I know
left,
you
your
see my
other left.
finger. It's right in front of you. Grab my finger, please. Grab it.
Oh no.
I don't know where this is going.
Urchin.
Like, Toshi,
Oh.
there's a luggage right here.
luggage.
Yeah.
What we got here? Oh,
Oh,
bandage.
there's a
And a
luggage up
comb.
here.
Pirate's
I'm gonna go
compass.
get it.
Pirate
Oh,
compass.
This is gonna give me a treasure. Damn, I don't feel too good, Chad.
You don't feel too
I
good?
think the alcohol is. I think the alcohol is kicking in.
You say that, but like it's literally, I literally feel like I'm drunk
Would
right
you have
now.
made it
I'm
if I
not
didn't
even
do that?
kidding.
Oh,
Like seriously, I don't drink. all
Shen,
the time.
Shen,
I don't-
Shen!
Come in! Hurry up!
Oh, Shen, pull me up.
Come on!
Thank you.
Hurry! Where's Hana? Where are you?
Oh, she's climbing up.
Where are you?
Wait, Itoshi. I mean, Shen,
Yeah?
Shen, catch.
I
Where are you, Suzuki?
Okay, that's fine.
I didn't. Oh, I got it.
Oh, there you are.
Nice, good catch.
Okay. My brain is
oh.
like delayed right now, if I'm being honest.
That's okay, Shen. Don't worry about it.
You got
Yes,
this.
I need
Grab
all
my
three of
hand!
y'all for
No,
my
grab
family.
my
got this.
hand! Yes! Grab my hand! Yes! Grab my hand! Yes!
Well-
Sacrifice.
Well, we lost one.
Long live the king.
God damn it!
Come on, let's go, team. Let's go.
I've never watched Lion King.
Really?
So.
Ow!
Yeah, my
Who
my
did
parents
that to
have a
me?
weird thing
What?
where if I didn't like it,
Oh, no, I think it was Shen.
didn't
I think
get
it was
to
Shen.
watch it.
Oh, I'm not
I don't
gonna
think
make
this
it.
is the way up.
No, 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 no. I don't even have the frisbee.
I'm not gonna
And if
make
I
it.
did, I hit Shen with it. Yeah, I don't think this is the way.
This
Wait,
is
what
not
about
the way.
here? I think there's a
I'm falling down.
this
I'm
spot right
falling
here.
down.
There's a spot right here, guys. Right here where I'm at. Right here, right here. You see where I'm pointing at?
I got you. Up here.
Right here.
Old innocent.
Okay, where do we
There,
go?
over there.
Here?
We can go this way.
Itoshi, I need you to
We'll
like.
leave them in the dust.
I felt like you're like
Yeah.
the sober one here. I need you to.
Me, I'm a sober.
I need you to
Sober
like
D's.
lead. Sober D's.
No, I can't reach the granola bar.
It's hitting on me right now, bro.
Itoshi, you're literally drinking like 4% alcohol compared to me. Come on.
I have a zero.
I need you to like
don't think that
focus. I
counts as
can't.
It does count as a little bit of food, but we can
I still love her, Shen.
Why are you such a lightweight? I need you to focus. Please.
Alright. Shen, come here.
I'll make it and I'll pull you
I
up.
think they found the right path.
Are you sure?
I'm not gonna reach
I could
that.
try.
I'm telling you, I'm not gonna reach that.
Gonna be.
Yo!
Come here.
I'm not gonna reach
jump
it.
here.
Dad, no!
Here,
I
here.
fell.
I didn't
I
make it.
Grab my hand.
fell.
Ow,
Wait,
you know what, I'm gonna have to heal
wait,
this.
I need my stamina to like recover. Okay.
Here.
Is he good?
Grab a
Is he good?
lollipop.
Are you sure?
Shit.
Is there,
Okay.
is there anywhere
Grab
over
my
here?
hand. Grab my hand. Thank you. Take it.
I think this. Itoshi, I don't think this is a good
Come
spot.
on, why did you fall?
Well,
She's
Because
so
we can't
cute.
go that way.
How did you guys make
You
it up
got
last time?
it.
Yeah, how did we make it up last time? I wasn't
Uh,
here, so why did I say
Yeah, I also wasn't there.
Shen has no
I-
brain cells from remembering.
I can't. I have like no memory. If I'm being honest, I'm like,
This way.
I'm. Oh, what the hell? Why am I just fell. I don't know. I don't know what
I'm not gonna
happened.
say anything.
I also won't say
Follow
anything.
me. Climb down.
Climb down. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
climb
gonna
down,
trust
not
you.
fall down, Jen. Climb down.
I'm gonna trust you.
Climb.
I'm climbing.
You can hold on to the wall and climb down, honey.
I'm behind you. I'm behind you. Okay.
Do you have space in your backpack?
Climb
Are you?
down.
I think we're supposed to go up. No.
Yeah, we can go up from here, it looks like. There's also food for me.
Okay.
Food. Nom nom nom.
I was just gonna.
Go 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 go.
I'm sorry.
Go 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 go.
I trust you.
Oh,
Food. Nom nom nom.
I'll eat this too. Wait, I think I can make it actually. Here? This way? This way?
So yeah, this way. This is the easier way. It was up here, this way.
To be honest, I don't even remember how I got up the first time.
You're right next to me.
Go.
Me,
Okay.
and then go up this way. Yeah, up this way, Come here. Come here, you got this, you got this.
Do you know where you're going? I feel. I've never been
not
over
this
here.
way. Around like
No?
this, around like here. Yeah, come here.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna try to get us up. Without the med.
Jen,
Uh-huh.
I need help. I can't make
No, you
it.
don't.
I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Okay, just run over. Don't fall.
Oh, over there.
Leave me.
Hurry up! Come on, hurry up! Oh, you went up?
And then up here. Yeah.
Has Shen reached peak yet? Only with me and you before, I believe, right, Lund?
I think so. Okay.
I don't know if this is. It looks like a
I
small
d-
one.
I don't think we're gonna
Yeah,
make it. I
there's
don't
a
think
small
I'm
one.
gonna make it. You have to grab my hand. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, we got it, we got it, we got it. This way, this way, this way. We gotta get on this little bitty rock. And then jump up.
I survived, to be honest. After I did magic stick, I really thought I was
Okay, come on.
Grab my
Come on, we got
hand.
this.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
We go the bridge.
Let. I don't know. There's a lot of bridges here, actually. What the? I say we go on the bridge and it'll be okay.
I don't think the bridge is a good idea. Do you think? We went the other way. I haven't been this way before.
I don't know. I'm gonna try to get on this bridge from this bridge. Come on. Get your short ass up there. There we go.
You think I can... Wait! How do
Jump,
you
Jordy.
reach up there? What?
Jump, 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 jump. Come on, you got it. No, you don't.
I'm up here! I'm up here!
Okay, we can probably go that way, actually. Hold on. we
Up
go
here?
around you?
Okay. Wait, Toshi's at the top already? What?
No fucking way!
What? How are you at the top? What?
Okay, don't go this way, don't go this way.
Yeah. Ah! I fell! How do you
Back
get
on the
up?
other bridge, the first bridge.
I
I
think
don't
so.
know where I'm going.
Wait, how do you get up?
I'm
Wait, you went the way we went originally. Wait. Can you grab my hand, please? Wait. Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay. I'm dead! I'm dead! What even happened? I don't even... I don't even know what happened.
You know
Oh god!
Oh, her ass is too big, Chad.
My ass is too fat, guys. My ass is too fat.
Help.
Oh no!
I
No.
need like space to put her down. I need space. I need space to put her down.
Why do you sound so close? I thought you guys made it out already.
Oh, okay. You know what? Eat.
Oh. Oh my god! You literally saved my life! Oh my god! Oh my god! She saved my life, actually. Oh my god! I'm alive! I'm alive!
Buns, but I survived.
Oh my god. Wait,
How
are you
did they get up last time?
up here? Over here. You see where my pointer is
That
at?
looks so promising.
Yeah, we went this
that way,
way.
let's go that way.
Yeah, yeah.
Be careful. Climb down, Shinobi. Climb down. Oh, are these edible?
No.
Oh, these are edible.
Oh, is it?
Yes, these are edible.
Long live the king! Long live the king, indeed. Okay, we're going the original
I
way.
saved your life.
Thank you.
There's more mushrooms over here too. I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know if we should go down for those. Those look like they're okay to eat.
yeah, yeah. I think we should just skip them.
Okay, over here, over here. You can like jump to it. You don't even need to climb really.
Okay.
Oh, up, up. I had to save Shinobi. I couldn't just leave you.
Wow, what a true friend! What a true friend! This is how you're supposed to play pig! Not leave them behind,
Yes,
right?
not leave us behind. Look at this teamwork.
Exactly!
Okay, there should be a little spot right here for like resting. And then we
Okay.
can go this way.
Okay.
Oh, we go this way.
This over here?
I didn't see that last time. Yeah.
Last time you were even here last time.
I thought I was here. Leave me alone. I just want to.
That's so funny.
I want to be where Shinobi is. I want to see what laughing. Okay. Yes. Oh. Okay, you have to lunge at the end. Oh, no, never mind.
Oh.
You're already up here.
Oh, this
Oh,
is a
is
pirate.
that-
Oh, we don't need that. Throw that away.
Yoink. Me like treasure. Arg. I use it to pirate anime. Oh wait, this is where we got stuck last time.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it.
How do we get up from here? There has to be a way, right?
Yeah.
Go around?
No, it's
And then
a
go
dead
up?
end. Does anybody have a rope? Anybody has a rope? Or like,
I don't think they have room.
yeah, pick me up, pick me up. Can you pick me up, Itoshi? Over here, you see where my finger is at? We're over here. We're over here. Come over here, please. Oh God.
They're like, I'm surprised you're still alive. Can they just come fucking save us?
Right? I cannot make it. I literally cannot make it.
How the fuck?
Come here.
Here.
Can you make it
Tell us
there?
where to go.
I think we're stuck here. We're actually stuck here.
They can't tell us where to go. I hear them laughing.
Wait, how much
hear
how much
them
stamina do you have? You have a lot of stamina, right? There's a platform right here.
Much.
You see where my finger is at?
Platform, like where?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, there's a platform there.
Yeah. Can you make it? I don't want you to die.
It doesn't look like it.
Please.
No, I'm sliding down. I'm not.
Ah!
I almost fell.
Come back up. Turn around, turn around. Turn around, turn around. Turn around. Why are you going down? Turn around.
I could go this way.
Oh God.
There could be a way.
Okay. Are they not gonna help us?
I don't know. They're not gonna help us.
Help!
It's like laughing.
Welcome in, Epi-chan. Welcome in. What's good? Oh.
We're fucking
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's good. Everything's good. I don't know. I'm like, I'm like, I'm like, I'm like, I don't know. I'm like drunk. I don't know. You want my hand?
They're being mean. I'm gonna die here. At least we get together.
Right, we can die together. You wanna die together?
Die together. Okay, Bing Bong, should we end it now?
Wait, you have Bing Bong the whole time? What? No! If we die, we're gonna lose Bing Bong.
I got Bing Bong. We're gonna die with Bing Bong. Are you ready, Bing Bong? Are you ready to die, Bing Bong?
No.
Well, too bad, Bing Bong. You ready? Set.
No! Please, no! Should I go off too? Should I go? No! Help! I'm dead! Wait! Are you alive? You're alive? Wait! I thought you were dead! I thought you were dead! How are you? Wait! What the heck? Oh god! Oh god! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm really dead. Oh god. You know, at least we died together, you know? At least we died together.
I think both of them are dead.
Yeah!
Oh, hey, is Hannah dead yet?
She's about to be, yes.
Oh.
Like, I love how
you
it
abandoned me.
went quiet.
You left me to my fate, and I climbed up here to spite you.
Sorry, I was clipping that. That was beautiful.
Alright,
Alright,
your
well.
journey's not over then.
Mine's about to be. I'm very hurt.
Revive
Wait,
us,
I'm gonna get
please!
started to the next life. No!
We're back. We
Wait.
made it.
Oh, okay. Welcome back. Welcome back.
That's a whole.
Beth,
No!
what the fuck?
What's happening here?
What?
I'm so confused.
You're a chicken. Let me eat you.
Oh, you're hungry. Oh.
Wait, he's dead.
Oh.
What?
No, he's dead. They ate
Oh,
him.
It's okay.
Oh
I saw
god.
chicken.
Hey, at least carry my frisbee. At least carry my frisbee.
Oh, do
Thank
you
you.
want the
I
backpack?
didn't know that was a thing.
Take the backpack. Take the backpack.
My bad, miss.
Nah, it's okay. I forgive you. At least you ate me. You didn't abandon me like Shen did.
What do you mean?
We died together.
Exactly.
Low cannibalism at its finest. Yeah. Chaos would
Love
approve.
cannibalism, especially when it gives you like, you know.
Exactly. Cook it twice.
Okay, I'm gonna eat one of these because I'm hungry.
Alright.
What the fuck?
You you gave it to me.
Lol.
You fed it to me. Here, take this,
No,
take
I'm
this,
good, I'm good, I'm
take
good,
this. No, take it, take it.
How do I switch? Oh, there we go.
Alright.
We're
Let's
too fucking
go.
drunk for this.
Oh god.
Let's go, Shen and Shizuki.
Let's go.
Let's
Oh,
go.
Please.
do you
I'll
like
be
getting
your guide
called
for
Hana or Shizuki better?
Yeah. Do you?
Well,
Yeah. Which one do you
Shizuki-
prefer?
Shizuki's like a first name, and then Hana's like the last name. So like, it's up to y'all if y'all want to be formal or not.
Oh.
Okay, girl,
It
let's
is a
go.
Japanese-based name.
Oh. Okay.
Shizuki.
Can I call you Hana?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Suzuki Hana. Yeah.
Hana.
Call me Hana.
I thought you were gonna call her honey.
I mean, I can.
See, the alcohol's kicking in. Like, becoming a Rizzler.
Rizzler.
Hannah, don't die.
I hope you don't hurt yourself.
Oh no, I hope I don't fall.
Alright. I heard that you were too drunk, so I'm gonna keep an eye on you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I can like, you're not. Oh fuck.
Background away. Seems like
What even happened?
well, I see the
What?
I think you slipped on a banana peel.
One
Oh.
day I love juice. Pina colada juice. Pina colada juice.
Why do I
There's a
keep
banana
like
peel again.
wobbling? Is it just
The-
me?
No,
You're drunk.
no, a freaking random banana keeps falling out of the sky. I think it's a new thing they did.
Oh.
Background away. Just say that there's gullible written on the ceiling. And can you please make it less obvious? There's gullible written on the ceiling. Whoa, where?
This way, this way. This way, guys, this way.
I'm getting coconuts. Ah!
Full
I'm very
power,
bad
full
at getting
power.
coconuts.
Full power. Okay, okay. Wait for me,
Shen,
Shen.
come help him!
Oh, you guys got it. You need a hand? A helping hand?
I'm all good.
Where is she?
Where's?
Wait, why is she so far?
Oh shit!
Wait, why do I keep like slipping? Is it just me? Or am I just like too like?
No, it's
How's
because
your
it's
health?
raining.
Oh god.
Is your health down?
Oh, is it my health? No, my health is fine.
It could have been because it was raining, Shen.
Oh.
You gotta be careful. Oh,
Okay.
good vine, good vine.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, there's a blue banana. Is that poison?
Oh,
Wait,
you're
wait.
dying.
Where are you?
Is Hannah dead?
Yeah, this.
She's underneath you. She has a bunch of weight. You need to pull her up.
Oh yeah, I have a bunch of coconuts. I've got food for us.
Oh,
Damn.
nice.
Yeah,
You
Itoshi
got
could have
some
used some of
coke?
that earlier.
Guys, I'm all good. I'm all good.
Oh, how do I get out?
This
Oh,
way.
banana!
Follow me, follow
Eat
me.
this banana.
Follow me.
You can eat the banana. I want the banana.
Banana. Watch out for bananas, though.
You're not gonna go for it? It's right there.
Jump.
Oh, I got it, I got it.
Climb back up.
Oh wait. Hannah is being left behind. There's a
Oh
banana.
no. Okay. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. I'm gonna be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, wait for me.
It goes in bunches. I got my hunches.
Uh-oh. Itoshi.
Come here.
Oh, okay, she's good. She's
She's
good.
fine.
Never mind.
I'm coming. Any of y'all hungry?
Too easy, but oh well. I don't know, Blunts. I died pretty fast.
Who's hungry?
Yeah, because someone was hungry.
Oh.
Bling, 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 bling.
Oh,
Banana phone.
you're not supposed to feed Hannah packaged food, apparently.
Yeah, don't feed me packaged food.
Damn. Look, Shen. Shen is just like,
Shen is out of it.
she's AFK.
Did Shen go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
I think she's
Shen,
puking.
wake up, Shen, wake up.
Oh no.
Harder, Itochi. You gotta slap her harder.
Yeah.
Throw your back into it.
Wake
Wait,
up,
can you-
Shen,
wait,
wake
can
up,
you-
Shen.
Wait, what would happen if you pushed her off?
No.
Ah, she'll fell down.
No.
Don't worry, Hannah. I won't do such thing, Hannah. I won't do such thing.
Yeah. If it was me though.
Don't do that.
I won't do such thing.
Don't do that.
Right?
Yes.
Shen is my friend. I won't do such thing. Right, Shen?
But if she slips on her own, that's a different question.
No.
Yep. I'm watching her.
Yeah, we're making sure she doesn't slip. But if she does slip, Itoshi would have done his best to prevent it.
Hitoshi, Hitoshi, I don't trust you around Shen. If you get hungry, you're gonna eat her.
No, I don't do such thing. Right?
Yes, you did. Look at this. He ain't got no mask.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Don't bring me into this.
He ain't got no fucking mask.
Well, it's fine.
You calling
I
me
won't eat
skinny?
Shen.
Yes.
I got food. I got
Yeah.
food.
How
Let's go
dare?
away.
How
Have a
how
up.
dare you? How fucking
Everyone
dare
stay
you?
away from Shen. She's my shoddy. Oh, you have balloons!
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Can you
give
put
your
one in my
balloons to
backpack?
yeah, give your balloons to her. Her bag is like overweight.
Hold on, let me eat
Hold
one of
on.
my apples real quick.
Oh, are
Oh,
the
I'm
yellow
gonna eat
ones the
both,
ones that
actually.
poison you?
Yes, let me take out this. Go ahead, put one in. Oh my gosh!
Now you
Oh, it's
trust
so
me?
much lighter. Maybe.
I wouldn't.
No one touches Shen.
Should I do it?
Shen's so sweet, Shen's so... No! I have
mean-
coconut. I'm armed and ready, sir.
Never. Now you've done it. Now you've done it.
You're so dead! You're so dead! Oh, Itoshi! You murdered me. Look where it got you. Look where it got you.
I am back!
Oh.
I am back.
Shen! Hana murdered Itoshi! Shen! Hana murdered
Don't
Itoshi!
listen to them. Don't listen to them. I
Hana
protected
murdered
you.
Itoshi!
I protected you.
She
He was
murdered
trying
him.
to kill me first.
Wait, what?
No.
Why did you
Itoshi was protecting you. Itoshi was protecting you, and Hana hit him over the head with a coconut.
What?
And he fell down. He's dying. He's dying in this hole down here, Shen. He's dying.
What the heck?
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
Shen.
Hana, you murdered him.
Watch out for Hannah, Shen. Watch out for Hannah, Shen. She might
You
kill
can't trust her. You can't trust her.
Be-
I can't
Believe the dead, Shen. Believe the dead.
The dead tell no lies. The dead tell no lies.
Oh my
I can't
god!
smile this much. I'm sorry.
Good thing I was streaming. I have a bud.
Straight up murderer. Straight up murdered him. It's crazy.
Imagine. It was my first time meeting Hannah. She got the audacity, bro. You got the audacity. I thought we
Wait,
were...
Itoshi, is this actually your first time meeting Hana?
Yeah.
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 Oh, that's
actually.
crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? It's my first time meeting her too.
Wait,
Oh.
no, aren't you the one that made that pretty fan art of me?
Yeah. But then like it's my first time actually being in like VC with you. You know?
Oh yeah.
Wait, that's who that fan art was about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like my
Oh.
third.
Hannah? Hannah? Hannah?
No, you got this. You got this. Grab my hand. Grab my hand.
She
I
has
can't.
half
I'm not-
she has
I'm
half
so short.
stamina.
You have half stamina. That's okay. That's good.
Yeah, she's at half stamina.
I'm coming up.
Yeah.
She's not gonna make it.
Watching him
up.
anything.
I'm coming up.
I'll find
Tell
another
the
way.
world that I'm coming up.
Alright. Shen, you gotta go. You gotta go.
Oh, shit.
No, she can make it. Do we need food? I have
No, she
food.
can't.
Okay, go up, go up.
Okay, yeah.
Gee.
How do I go up?
I'm not
Um,
like this. I play Skyrim. Bitch.
Skyrim is a great game.
Oh yeah, what build do you do for your Skyrim runs?
Stealth Archer, obviously.
Oh. How original
Okay.
of you.
How original.
How original.
Stealth Archer. It's kind of like it's the only thing the game wants you to do.
Archer is so popular though. In Skyrim?
Well, yeah, because you get the sneak damage as well,
Yeah.
as well as the enemy not knowing where you're at constantly. She still doesn't know me, lol. That's okay, Buns. I'm sure you'll meet Hannah someday.
I hope she doesn't kill you though.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Buns is a mummy, so I mean, he might already be dead.
Oh, that's true.
True.
He does claim to be dead inside constantly as well, so you know.
Damn.
Oh, he's gone, Shen.
Oh,
It's just me
no.
and you now.
Oh, she's gone?
Yeah, Itoshi's gone.
No, the EDC?
No, I mean like he
Oh.
he went to go. Oh, Shen has a rope.
I have a rope! I have a rope!
Come on.
I don't. Oh, look at you go.
Right? I'm
I
such a
am
pro,
good inside.
right?
I know, Buns. I know. It's okay.
Wait, where are you, Hannah? Where are you?
I'm fine.
Do you need rope?
She's actually right below you.
Really, actually?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm getting scorch berries.
Wait,
Okay, oh shit,
Shen?
oh shit!
Shen!
Ah!
Right in front of her.
Oh!
Right in front of her.
Oh!
Well, you have a task. Survive now. You got this, Hannah.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't know what
Get to the
happened
sacrificer.
there.
I don't wake up.
I don't know what happened there.
Hannah, the only way to save her now is to
I
get to the
literally
feet.
just fell.
You gotta revive her.
No.
Either that or you can give up.
You can make it.
Let's go. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I can't bring you with me this time.
You can make it.
Here, I'll feed you one last meal.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
She just dug her further into death.
I'm sorry.
Perish, Shen. You're gonna die here, alone, abandoned by your other friend. How does it feel?
with her when
How does it
she
feel
dies.
to be abandoned?
Wait, leave her alone. I'll be with you.
Defend
with us,
me.
Shen.
I'll be with you.
You will.
Sorry.
Thank you, thank you.
And she killed us.
You got this.
Me in my heart. I know.
Well,
I
Hannah,
can't make it up.
this what happens if you murder one
Shen, do you
people.
wanna play the Shen? Do you wanna play her angel? I'll play the devil.
Oh, yeah.
What?
You got this. You got this.
Hannah, give up.
Keep
We're all
going.
dead already.
You got
You might
this.
as well join
Keep
us.
going.
Hannah,
Keep
there's no
going. You
point.
got
Shen,
this.
your
You're
loved one
almost
is
there.
dead.
You're
You let
halfway
her
there.
die. You
You
watched
got
her die
this.
in front of you.
Come on.
Jump, Hannah.
You're doing
Jump.
it for your friends,
Just
right?
Jump. Just end it, Hannah. Jump. Just end it.
Jump.
Everyone who
you
cared
got
about you is
this.
already
You know?
dead. There is no
It's
point
your
in
purpose.
continuing.
You're doing this to save your
Just
friends.
jump.
You got
End
this,
it,
Hannah. You
Hannah.
got
Hannah,
this.
it's pointless.
Finish it,
You're,
Hannah.
Hannah, you're hungry.
Do
You're
it.
cold.
almost
You
there.
died already. You already know what awaits you. You might as well just get it over with. Hannah, you might as well just end
You
it.
got this. You're almost there. Come on.
Hannah, who are
It's
you
not
even
worth it,
kidding?
Hannah. It's
Why
not
do
worth
you
it.
still struggle? Hannah, you're not going to even
Jump,
make it.
Hannah.
You might as
That's
well just
right.
end it.
This, Hannah. You got this.
Look behind
Hana,
you and
Hana,
jump.
give up. Give up. Let go of your
Jump.
determination.
You got this, Hannah. You got this.
I am
Do it
made.
for your
It's
friends.
not worth
Do
it,
it for your
Hannah.
friends. It's the power of friendship. You
Not
got
worth it,
this.
Hannah.
You got this.
You're not the main character, Hana. Shen was the main character.
They don't
You
know
know
you.
Shen was the
You
main
are
character.
the main
She
character,
died
Hannah.
trying
You
to
are
save
the main
you.
character. You're
Hannah,
the heroine.
you're the reason
You
why
got
Shen
this. You
died.
saved
You should atone for
everyone.
that sin,
Come
Hana. You
on.
should atone for
You have
Shen's
the
death.
most
She's
stamina.
dead
I'm
because
ready
of
for you.
you.
You're doing
She only
amazing,
fell
Hannah.
because
You
she
got
wanted to
this,
save you,
Hannah. You
Hana.
got this. I
How
believe in you.
dare you show your face to your loved ones after you caused her death?
We're gonna
Why-
make her go
why is she
crazy.
winning? Why are you winning?
She's winning
Jump.
despite us. She's actually.
It's who I am. And if you
That's
want
not
to
who you are.
pass me
You
by,
are a failure,
better
Hannah.
think
You are a
again.
failure. Jump. Don't even try it.
Because I am a feeling.
You'll never
Take a
reach
leap
the
of faith,
peak.
Hannah. You got this. Take a
And
leap
I
of
won't let
faith.
you hurt my planet. And I
You
won't
have the
let you
power
hurt
of
my
God and
friends.
anime on your side. You got this.
She's actually doing it though. It's looking awesome.
How are you winning, son?
Wait, Shen, have you Shen, did you watch Steven Universe?
No,
That's what I was singing.
I have not.
You should. It's an amazing show. Wait, Shen, did you watch Gravity Falls?
Oh my god, you're
Yes!
actually winning.
I watched
Yeah, okay,
all of
I
Steven
think-
I think
Universe,
you'd
all
like
of
Steven
Miraculous
Universe, yeah.
Ladybug, all of Gravity Falls, all of Owl House.
Ooh. I've never seen Owl House.
I binge watched.
Yeah, I also
Okay,
haven't seen Owl
Miraculous
House.
was
What's it about?
crazy.
Oh, I
Owl House
love
is
Miraculous.
Really cool. I love Owl House.
Oh.
Oh my gosh! I
You
saved
got
them.
this! Hannah, you got
She
this!
made it! Oh my god! She made it!
Red,
I knew you were gonna make it.
I never doubted you for a second!
Shut the fuck up.
Now
bitch.
revive us. I knew you can do it, Hannah.
Redemption.
Well done.
You redeemed
Excellent.
yourself. You
Carry
didn't
on.
give up and you saved Shen. You've been redeemed.
Good job! Let's go!
Hey, we're all alive!
Let's go!
We're alive again.
Let's go! Oh, she's dead. TP here, TP here, TP here.
Nice work, Hannah. Nice work. You did
Well
awesome.
done, well
you did
done.
amazing.
Bro, I'm so sorry, Shen. I couldn't
Good
thank
job! You did
I
good!
had too much good stuff.
You did
Don't,
great.
Don't eat anything until we cook. We have to cook.
Just
Who wants
see, we
this
have to cook.
marshmallow? This extra marshmallow?
Okay, I have the scorched berries. They help with the cold. So if you are like on the verge of dying from cold, you can eat the scorched berry.
Okay, okay.
Bro, I'm literally about to cry. I swear to fucking God. Don't ever
yeah.
do that again, man.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry.
Give me back my berry!
Sorry, I thought I was holding
God.
them.
No, everyone
Alright,
gets
I'll put 'em-
one. Everyone gets one. Give everyone one.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, everyone take a berry if you don't have one already.
Alright, I'll take
I
a
don't
coconut.
know if I have 4 of them. I don't know if I have 4. Okay. well,
Can I
have
get that
enough-
coconut? Oh.
Did we cook all the
That's
here.
marshmallows?
No, I don't need that. Oh. Okay.
It's okay, I have
I
one
need
more.
more-
You want this one?
I need more rum.
No, I'm good.
I can't deal with it.
Rum.
Rum. I got a rum here.
I need more pina coladas. Who fed me? Okay, let's go.
Speed run.
Are you okay, Hana? Did I traumatize you?
A little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's crazy.
I'm so sorry.
I can't practice this in the mirror. I feel so bad.
Oh
for
my
him.
god.
So cold.
Oh, huddle me, Toshi.
Oh no!
I'll hold you.
Oh, is it cold?
Ew, a woman.
Shut up, bitch!
Uh, Uh-oh! Mistakes were made!
Ow.
Oh, damaged.
You can climb down.
Oh,
Oh, Mrs.
Is
Bouncing.
bro good? Oh,
Let's
food!
go, let's go.
where?
Right here.
Here.
Oh,
Here?
There.
Look over here. Turn around.
Oh my god, who poisoned me?
There's a luggage here. What the hell?
Food. Put them
these
in my
edible?
bag. Put them in my bag. Yes, those are edible. Put them in my
I'm gonna
bag.
grab the luggage
Can
there.
Okay, I'll follow you.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh shit, he fell so deep!
That's what she said.
Good one, good one, good
I'm
one!
gonna grab it. Oh, I got good shit here, Shen.
Oh, what do you have?
I got a
The-
cannon rope.
Oh, nice!
And a heat pack.
Oh.
Oh shit. Take cover, Shen!
Oh, oh, oh!
Okay, it's not gonna help us. But let's go here, let's go here. We can be cozy and warm. The hell are you doing? Are you sober? Or are
No!
you still drunk?
I don't know!
Did you throw up? Are you
I
okay?
don't- Me, yes.
Did you throw up?
Did
you throw up?
Did I throw up? No.
Yeah, no? Okay. Thought you threw up earlier.
A washroom.
oh! I still have space. I can take that.
Make sure it's in your backpack. That way when you die, it doesn't just like come out.
Yeah.
Let's go over here.
This way?
Yeah, we just go to the lava at this point. We need to finish this. Oh, this is a normal mode default. Okay. Okay, we got this. We got. Oh no, we need to take over.
No!
Take cover.
Is the tree gonna help me?
No, the
The
tree's not
tree
gonna
is
help
not
us.
helping me! No! Oh wait, is this actually
If
helping?
you're actually cold, I
Oh
have a
my
heat pack.
God!
Yeah, it's helping. Is it a good idea to leave Hannah and Hannah and Mist together?
They're fine!
They're gonna be fine. Step siblings will save the day. Let's go. Let's go, step sis. I know we got this. Hold my hand,
Grab
step
my
sis.
hand!
Oh, didn't need my help.
Are you guys okay?
Do they
Should we
need
just go ahead?
Yeah, probably. Oh, okay, we need to run. We need to run. I'm
Oh!
cold.
Where?
Oh, here, Shan, here.
Yeah.
Ah! Clutch. We clutched up. We clutched up. Oh shit. Ow. I knew my uniform is not good enough. Okay.
I mean, you're wearing shorts. Why are you wearing shorts in the cold?
I don't know. They told me it's gonna be hot. No, I still have the unlimited stamina, so I'm just gonna
Really?
go up and then pull you in.
Wait, I should wait for
Can
my
you?
stamina to go up. I can make it. Yeah, I can make it.
There you go.
The echo.
Oh shit, shit, shit. Go, 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 go. Down here, down here.
Here.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I think it's not a good place. Are you gonna die soon? I have my
Me?
heat back.
No, I have like half health.
Okay, you're good. I mean, if we can just swim to the lava again later.
Yes.
Here? Let's be going here.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. I'm sure we can make this jump.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I can pull you in, I can pull you.
I am good, good.
Okay.
Here?
Here, yeah. So dark.
Was this the same way we went? I feel like it isn't.
It's different. But it looks like a way. You good? I think you're good. Hold on, wait
Okay.
for me. No.
No?
Bad idea. No. Let's go. Can we go here?
I don't know.
Let me try and see if I can. The power up unlimited stamina.
I'm an American and I have an autoimmune disease, so I would take average over anything.
Okay, it's a bad idea.
I'm
it's a
not
bad idea.
gonna make it! I'm not gonna make it! I'm not gonna make it! Don't say I'm not gonna make it! I'm not gonna make it!
Why did you follow me, you dingus?
Because!
It's too cold. Come here.
I can't, I'm already
Shit,
walking up!
here.
I'm already up here.
Over here, shit. Isn't that colder?
Oh. I don't have enough energy!
Is there any? Okay. Menu?
I don't know
Come
where to
here.
go.
Oh shit. We go down.
It's good.
Go down?
It's okay to go slow, honey.
I think we need to go here. You see those
Uh-huh.
thingy?
I think.
Giving off that
We need to climb up there.
I don't think that's a
Are they-
good
are
idea.
they close to us?
I think they are.
Okay, I think.
I just turned 21.
Oh.
Are they like down below us?
Oh, did you celebrate my great
I think they're below us.
Yes, I did. It was very, very fun.
Okay, you lead the way, Itoshi.
Oh,
They're right there! They're right
Yeah,
there!
hold on.
Here.
Oh, there they are.
Turn around.
3.
That's why they sound here.
This way. Over
I
here.
think we have to go where they are. I think we have to go over there.
Come on, let's go!
No, I think we have to go here, no?
How are we gonna get there?
Here? I mean, there's a piton. I see a piton there.
There's a lot of pitons.
Isn't it like one news though? Or
Yeah, they can break.
yeah.
I mean, I have a cannon rope. Where should I use it?
Oh yeah.
Probably like right here-ish. Can probably see better from over here. Oh bro, he actually did put it where I put it. That's crazy.
Good shot, Yoshi.
Yeah, good shot, man.
Am I gonna reach that? How do you reach that?
Oh shit.
By getting over here.
Height.
Jump.
Do you have to jump?
Okay.
She made it. She's good.
Okay, wait, I have a piton. I have like an actual piton. Let me see if I can like get as far as I can and then go.
They don't know, Shen. I have the power.
No, I go. Put it.
I'm born
Did he eat
Spider-Man.
Did he eat a
Poor
lollipop?
Spider-Man, can you help?
Oh, this is a bad idea.
I got it!
Bad idea.
Itoshi, help me!
Shen, take the baton.
Oh, wait,
Go.
can we go here? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. Come again? Come here.
Oh my god, she's so young. Yeah, she is.
It's so cold here.
How do you reach that?
I don't know. I thought he had a lollipop to do it.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Get the baton, and you hold the baton, and then you want to climb
Can
up.
I just die? Can I?
Shit. Well, I was gonna say, do you want my backpack?
What?
No, you can take it. I really gotta use the bathroom.
Okay.
Hannah!
Shen, do you have anything on you, Shen?
No, I have nothing. Literally
Okay.
nothing.
Then I guess you could take this lava.
Please don't click.
This what?
Well, she wants to use the lava. If you want to die, just
Oh.
use the lava.
Yeah,
Oh, the
you-
lava! Oh! Yes, carry
Try
me!
climbing up again.
Carry me!
Shen!
I will BRB! BRB!
Find another way.
Okay.
Can you climb up here again, Hannah?
I have a rope. I can throw to you.
Oh, hi Shen. Oh, you're not actually here. Say that I'm 35. All right, Buns, you got it. Well, this is a predicament.
Yeah, it's a pretty big predicament.
Oh, I say that like I'm 35. My bad, Buns. I misread a little.
What?
Nothing. We were talking about me not being able to read.
You being old?
Not me being not. Yes.
You're old?
You consider 23 old?
I don't know, that's only 2 years older than me. I have no fucking clue. Oh shit, we can't go this way.
That's okay. Are you good? Did Hitoshi die?
No, they're still alive.
Oh, hi!
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Do you see a way that way? It looks like kind of promising.
I don't see any way for you to get up.
I'm fine. Tis but a flesh wound. There's not really a lot of ways to go up.
Yep.
A cave was
Hold
kind of
on.
like the one way, I guess.
Oh, it's cold.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of cool.
You need to stay away from where the snow is, basically.
Do you still have that rope? Oh,
No.
hello, Itoshi.
I gave it to that one.
I see. And how did it go?
It didn't work.
Yep, didn't work.
How did
I
y'all
tried.
get up last time? Do y'all remember? Was it that cave?
No, it was different. I don't remember.
Different. How do y'all not remember which way y'all went?
Sorry, bro.
Very fucking
Hana,
sorry.
what do you have on you? Do you have anything?
I have food.
I got
That's
hit
basically
by-
it. I'm just like the mom that carries snacks in her pocket. There's really not much for me to do. I could try to climb to the top of the tree. That might help. Oh shit. Okay, give me a sec. Okay. Well, up, so moment. You never get it, we're glowing. Gonna be golden. Up, so moment.
Ah, shit. Ow. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Oh, you put a wall mushroom there. As we are haunted voices.
Okay. I did want to test to see if that worked. But none of those work, I know. Oh, Buns, I think this is where I die, bud. Hiya!
Join us. Oh shit. Oh, that's a big mushroom. It's not a mushroom.
Yeah,
Gonna be
it's a wall
dying.
mushroom.
Damn.
Well, if I'm gonna die, I might as well go do it with Hannah. Oh, that's a cave. I'm gonna.
Oh, hi, Kay. Let's go cave diving and forget about our problems. Oh, that's not a deep enough hole. What about this one? That's not deep enough either. God damn, these caves are
Itoshi, did you see where she went?
No, you didn't.
Oh, there she is.
Bro just went no. No.
You saw my, that's my body there. On your left. Oh no.
Your body's
Oh,
on your
there's
left.
no loot anymore.
Is this what? Oh, hi! Hi there.
Oh, the loot is gone.
Damn.
Going up, somewhere
Yep,
home.
that's me.
This you?
Yes.
Yep.
Gonna be golden.
Damn.
What the fuck? Did you just touch my bum?
Yeah, they caught you in Bone Cave.
Up in the moon.
Is she
You
dead?
know what?
No, she's alive.
How am I still alive? That's crazy. I'm
I don't know.
unbreakable. I'm just like awesome like that. Oh, let me get to a safe place
are
to
you
put my
hurt?
back down. Yes, I'm very much hurt.
I still have the healing mushroom if you want to give it a shot.
Yeah, sure. I don't know where you are though. Oh, hi. Heal me.
That's a healing mushroom.
Yeah, we do
Oh, it
weed
is.
here.
That looks so sus. What the hell?
It's doing a lot.
Probably not.
The right side. Yeah. The right side.
Very, very cold. Very cold. Oh, yeah.
Ah! It's very, very cold. It's very, very cold. Let's go.
Go.
Yes, yes, okay. Okay. And you go over there. Right there. So wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. Up. Yes. Please. Oh, looks like lunch. Run! Yay! Okay.
Alright, I think you're gonna make it. You got a lot of stamina.
Go.
Little bit. Oh no, you're not gonna make it.
Go. No. Oh no.
Probably not there.
Oh no. Oh god. It was the closest I saw though. No. This way. Maybe this little like thing will help. No, the cat didn't help me. What do I have in my bag? The balloon won't help. Oh no. Go. Oh no. I think we're fucked.
I think Miss is going somewhere now. Yeah, he made it.
What?
You have to go out there. It's not in the cave.
What? It's not in the cave?
Yeah.
He made it to the top?
He somehow managed to climb up further.
The fuck?
That does a lot of stamina. Oh my god. And she's not back yet.
Oh, nice. Didn't see that one coming.
I'm not very good at this. What's over here? What's this way?
Oh my god, thank you for the raid!
Interesting. I want to explore.
Oh my god, you're coming at such a oh my god, a bad time. Thank you for the raid, recommend raiders. How was your stream, Nico? How was your stream?
What's up here?
What did you do? How was your stream? Did you have fun? I'm back. I guess not at the top
Hi,
yet.
No.
Oh, missed.
Who's being
So close, so close. Just check out Halloween update Mega Man Maker. Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. You're joining the
How
club.
is it? Is it good? Also, thank you for the bonk. Thank you. Just a warning. I am a
Can you
little
just
bit
scout this out
tipsy.
for me? See if I can make that.
Yes, there's a ledge right here.
Yep.
Cool.
Wait, you died? You died? Oh god.
Everyone died except Mist.
There's a ledge right here. Go this way.
Yeah, you can do one. Oh, it's cold.
Maybe it's not good having drunk people play this game.
Yeah, probably
Maybe.
not. Maybe not have drunk people play with you.
Is there like a ledge above
This
me or
way.
something?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
way.
There's.
Yeah.
This way.
Shana Lipsy. Yes.
Good boy. Now go
Yes,
this
I've been
way.
drinking like
Thank you,
alcohol
thank
this
you.
entire stream, and like
way.
I was a little bit
Good
drunk,
boy,
and then
good
like
boy.
okay,
going.
I think I'm a
Keep
little bit
going.
sober now. It's been a while. I'm a little bit sober now.
To safety, you can go
Yes.
around here. Around here. There's like little ledges everywhere.
Wait.
That looks very safe, actually. It doesn't look safe to you, but it looks very safe to me with my ghost eyes.
You should jump, miss. You should jump.
Oh no, this is
No,
Nah, I'm good.
no,
payback time.
No, go back where you were. Go back where you were.
Wait, no, I know. Just there's something over here.
The fuck you
Oh,
doing,
you
bitch?
must
Oh,
grab
he wants
It's
the
the luggage.
You want the luggage?
Wait, me
guess
thought
that's
she always
okay.
drunk. No, I'm not
Okay.
Go
always
back where you were, bitch.
drunk.
Go back where
I'm
you
always
were.
high on caffeine,
Go
but
back.
like
Go back.
today is
Go
different. Today is different.
I am,
Today
I
I
am,
drank
I am.
alcohol.
There's a teeny
this
little
ghost.
thing. I doubt that's
Yes.
a ledge. I doubt that's a ledge. There's no fucking way that's a ledge.
You're not gonna
What
make
the
it.
fuck?
Okay. What the hell?
Yeah,
What?
doubt all you want. Doubt all you want.
Haha. Blizzard hates you. Go this way. Go this
Oh.
No, go.
Oh.
Go this way.
I
Go this way.
didn't
Okay.
know you
He's
love
He's
nature,
fallen.
Bro,
Love
love
the
nature.
nature.
Yeah, go the other way. Go the other way. It was safer. It was safer. This
Woo.
way. This way. This way. This way.
That was.
You got it, you got
close.
it.
This way.
Oh.
Go up this way. Follow the ghost. It's way easier to survey everything when you're a ghost. This way. The little ledges. Follow them.
Can I just say, out of all three of you, Hannah's been the most helpful.
Oh.
You're
We're
welcome,
just
miss.
letting
You're
you-
welcome.
There's too many instructions, you know. We're just letting her do it.
You know, I'm debuffed, by
Alright.
the way. Go this way, go this way. Go straight up if you want. Straight up if you want.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
keep going, keep going.
Keep going. Go straight up. You can go this way, too. You can go behind this way. Or up. Yeah. This way, this way,
This way, over here. Over there.
There's food.
No, go that way. That way. The other way, miss.
No,
The
no,
other
no.
way.
No, he's getting
Behind
food.
you. The other way. No, don't do the other
You gotta move your
thing.
ghost towards you, like this. Yeah, ooh, this way. Ooh, this way. There's ledges above
Follow
you.
the ghost. Above you.
And that's right here.
Go that way,
That
point
leads to another
randomly. Yeah,
ledge.
that's what
I
I'm
just
doing.
hit. Go that way, point randomly. Go like in circles. Go
That way, that way, miss. The other way.
This way.
I
That
think you can
way.
make it on the ledge above you. Yeah, right there.
Oh,
Sure
yeah,
you
you-
can.
Bro, you have like full stamina. What is this?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay, keep going this way. Keep going this way. Trust. Oh, get to safety.
I trust you.
Safety.
I trust you.
Safety. You trust me even though I'm dead?
Even though I'm dead, you still trust me?
Well, I mean, you survived longer than the other two.
It's so funny. You got the glory bias. You got the, like the whole big brain, no bitches. This way, trust.
This way, trust. Okay,
Oh, I don't
now
think
if
I
you
have-
turn
oh.
around, you can go that way,
You
or you
got-
could keep on going that way.
Keep on going
I
that
don't
way.
know if that way leads to anything, but keep going this
Yeah,
way.
that way.
I want to see which
Yeah,
one
yeah.
leads this way.
This way.
Yeah, this
This
way.
way.
This way.
No, that way.
Over
That way.
Oh,
Under
I see a
there.
ledge over here.
Under there. Under
I see a
there.
ledge over here.
Wait.
Ledge.
Oh,
Oh.
careful. You have to like jump to it from one other ledge. You see it?
No,
Miss?
See the jump?
not really.
Okay, hold on. After the blizzard, get on top of like this one right here. I'm
God,
not doing
Hannah is a
okay.
pro at this game.
I've been trying to get
Damn.
one cosmetic. I can't get it. Always die.
What's the cosmetic?
It's the
She's
garland
such a
from
pro.
eating no packaged food. Okay, okay. There is a ledge. No. Go behind. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. There's a ledge over here.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god.
You
I don't think
can
I'd
jump
make this.
that.
I don't think I
Sprint
can.
jump. Sprint
You have
jump.
full stamina.
Sprint
You can
jump.
make it, you can make it, trust.
Ah! Okay,
You got
okay, okay.
this.
Let's
You just
go.
gotta leap.
See?
Take a leap.
GG. Oh, we might be fucked.
Plunge. No, he's
I did.
He's good. He's fine.
You
he's
got it,
fine.
you got it, you got it.
You got this. Just hop on it. Just hop on it. You good.
Wait, oh shit, there's a wall. It's an invisible wall.
Oh no.
Is this
Oh,
the
I'm
edge?
so-
No, this is the edge.
Map.
Oh, you gotta go
Oh, no,
for
stop.
it.
Stop blizzarding. Stop blizzarding. No.
His body was never found.
Gone. Miss is gone.
Oh
He's
no.
dashed. Oh god. Damn, that was an hour. God. They were tricking you all the time, right? Right. Alright. Honestly,
I
though,
almost had
guys.
it once.
That's what you get for like, playing with drunk people, by the way.
Exactly.
That's okay.
What did you expect?
That's gonna be
Oh
it
my
for me, guys. It's been 4 hours. It's been four
But
and a
what about
half
Marvel
hours.
Rivals? What about Marvel Rivals?
Rivals!
That's gonna be my
it
game,
for
last game as well.
me.
You can't say no to me!
Yes, I can.
No, you can't!
Yes, I can. Yes,
No,
I
you
can.
can't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
can. Yes, I can.
Mama Marvel Rivals, you can be my Groot to my Rocket!
That's it for me. I need to rest. I've been awake for like almost 24 hours now. I can't.
Bro, it's 3 a.m. right
Wait,
now.
have you actually?
Here.
I mean, I woke
Here,
up at like
head
6
pats,
a.m.
head pats.
Almost.
It's not even.
Get some rest now.
Wait, what time
19
is
hours.
it?
I've been
Oh,
awake for
almost.
like 19
Oh
hours.
shit. Yeah, you're right. Go to bed, Shen. Go to bed. Good night, Shen.
I need to
Good night.
sleep.
Thanks for the game. This is my
Thank you,
last game as well.
everyone. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Should I raid
Good
someone?
night.
The game.
Who should
Yeah,
I
you should
raid?
read Toshi.
You should.
Should
I'm
I?
finishing as well.
He's
finishing
leaving
as well.
as
Quickly, Shen.
well.
Watch this.
Oh my
watch
God, wait.
This, watch this.
I'm watching.
Raid missed.
She
We
fell.
raid
She
missed.
fell.
We raid missed.
No, I'm ending as well.
Raid
Thank you
miss.
guys. Thank you,
Raid
Buns.
miss.
Thank you, Buns, for joining me for the stream. I gotta go before they raid me. Goodbye, Buns.
Let me
You can't raid me
focus.
anymore. I ended stream.
God damn it.
Damn.
Oh well. I'm
I
ending
don't
as
have
well.
nobody to raid.
What about Cheaping?
It's a sign.
Chibi, she's not
Is it
streaming
Blue
right now,
Cheaping,
is she?
underscore YouTube?
I don't think she's live anymore.
Huh?
No, she's not streaming. She's not streaming. No.
Who?
Sorry, what was
Cheaping is not streaming.
A friend, Chibi.
that? Yeah, Cheaping is
What?
our friend who streams.
Oh, TV.
Do you know Cheaping?
Okay, Hannah, go ahead and stream now.
Yeah, go ahead. Start streaming right now.
Yeah, start
What?
streaming.
No, I already streamed today.
Oh.
Do it again. It's like 3 a.m. Be spooky 3 a.m. drunky stream and we just play spooky robot.
It's okay. I'm probably gonna end
Wait,
it
Hannah, what?
then.
What other games do you
Huh?
play? What
I
other games
play
do you play?
Skyrim,
I'm gonna
I
end it
play
here.
Stardew Valley, I play Minecraft, I play Vintage Story, I play Peak, Repo, I don't know, I'd have to look. I know my most
Okay.
hours is in like Skyrim.
Oh.
Are we
She
lifting?
doesn't
Wait,
know
wait.
what's
Can we lift
happening.
her? Can we lift her?
Yeah, we
Yep.
can actually. Yeah.
Project Diva, Osu.
Long live the queen. Long live the queen.
Long live.
Oh shit! It's a 3 tower.
We've done it.
Zomboid.
Oh, fun.
Terraria.
Wait, you play Project Zomboid?
Yeah, I play with my husband.
Oh, okay.
I also play Vampire Survivors when I get really bored.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, fun. This is where I am time zone wise. Yeah, it's like 3 a.m.
Oh,
Hey
well.
everybody, today we're gonna drink the Among Us potion from the dark web.
Oh,
And
God.
supposedly, we drink this Among Us potion at 3 a.m.
The
You
Among Us
turn
potion.
into the imposter from
Among
Among
Us.
Us.
Among Us. You sus! You sus! And you sus!
You sus, sussy
You sus? No, we sus.
Sussy baka. Oh,
We
you guys.
are sus.
Sussy baka. Sussy baka na.
Welcome in, Fluffy of Snoots. Welcome in.
Welcome.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you. We're just about to end. Since I don't have nobody
Yeah,
to
'cause
raid.
We're all like EP and drunky, and we don't know who to raid. I wish I could raid Bob
Yes.
Ross. Honestly, there's a Bob
Bob
Ross
Ross?
channel, and
Yoshi.
I cannot raid it for like it
Is-
won't raid. It won't let
Yoshi.
anyone raid.
Isn't
It's
he
so
dead?
sad.
Shut up, mister.
Wait, is he not dead?
No, Itoshi, come free me. Oh,
He
never
is
mind.
dead, but
Oh.
like
Right.
they still do the marathons.
Never
That
mind.
way people
You
can
missed it.
watch.
I
Oh.
was, yeah,
I
I was,
see.
yeah.
Okay, you know I
Let me-
do.
let me
I
try it
take
again.
Queen. I take Queen to go have an affair
Alright, I'm
with this
gonna end
guy.
here. Thank you guys for
Right?
watching. Hope you guys
Thank you,
enjoyed.
Toshi. Thank
Right,
you. Thank you for playing.
They have a fair. They have
Bye,
a fair.
Toshi.
Okay, and then the other queen finds out and goes and
I just ended the
murders
stream.
this
So don't
guy.
raid me anymore.
Right?
Okay.
You could go
I'm gonna
murder
end my
this
stream.
guy.
Anybody want to say bye to
Okay.
stream?
So
Itoshi.
Bye stream. Bye
after that,
You gotta let me out.
wants to have
I
a
will
fair
see
with
you
the
guys
divorce.
next time. I don't know when
Toshi,
I'm gonna stream
baby,
it. Also,
you've
thank you
been
for the
here against my will
follow.
for
Thank you.
years.
Next stream is gonna
gotta
be,
save
I don't
me.
know, but
Toshi, you don't understand
it's been
respect.
4
You don't
hours. It's
understand
been 4.5
respect.
hours. Thank you, Will,
It's
for
been a
coming
long time.
by.
We're both EP and junkies.
Yes.
Even though I only had like 3 or 4 sips of my pina colada,
Wait,
you
Itoshi,
had like
you know what's
a
back
lot of vodka.
Yes.
I'll
Bye
send you
bye.
some.
Thank you for joining.
I pet. Thank you for letting me join.
Bye.
Bye.